You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. I stopped asking for forgiveness, cause you should know only fools tread where the angels fear to go, but you keep trying to get too close. Save myself by turning into stone, so save your judgment cause you just don't know. But some things never change, never change. They say I should feel guilty and change my ways, leaving crumpled bodies in my wake. Swear I didn't mean to make them break, but they're so delicate and so mundane, and they keep coming like a moth to a flame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again. You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way. You think I'm someone to be saved, someone to clean up and tame. Oh, some things never change, never change. You think I would look pretty on your arm once you cover up my bruises and battle scars, but it always ends the same. Can't bear the things I've had to face, got you crying on your knees in pain. Oh, some things never change, never change. You'll break your back to make me feel again.
All right, guys, Justice is a Process is here. I'm trying a little bit of a mobile setup because I'm out here doing some things. And one of the Daniel Howard case. And and it looks like I don't know, it looks like this may not be working out as well as I want it, but yeah, we got through day one, we got through couple of witnesses. So we're going to move into day two, keep going at 1.5 times speed. So my goal today is to get through day one and day two. If we can pull day three off today, I'll do that, because like I said, we're nearly 10 days behind. So we're going to have to go at a pretty blistering pace. But so far, not a whole lot to me that goes one way or the other. But I look forward to seeing what comes in, because obviously something must have not been going well if he was trying to flee. So I'm very curious to see what exactly that was and how this goes. But anyways, without further ado, let's jump into the courtroom, and I'm going to continue watching mobily, and I'll check in with you from time to time.
Binders there. You're going to be receiving a lot of documentary exhibits and so forth, and so those are for your convenience. You can put exhibits in your folders or in newspapers. Okay, note that the jury is present, properly seated, the parties are present. State your claim as witness.
The state calls Ryan Duncan.
Ryan Duncan. Good morning, sir. Ryan Duncan. Could you please step forward and face my clerk and raise your right hand, please, morning?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. I just want to say a housekeeping thing as well. Members of the jury, I know I told you earlier that I did allow media coverage of this, but that you wouldn't be videoed. That's still true. I know you're seeing that Zoom picture right there, and you're on that Zoom picture. Just so you understand, the Zoom is just to capture the courtroom. My law clerk is joining by Zoom, sometimes helps me. You know, the attorneys are going to be showing you exhibits on Zoom. So just so you know, that's not like a broadcast publicly right now. I realize you guys are kind of front and center there, but I want you to know that's really a tool for us to use while we're here in the courtrooms. Okay,
Give me a question, please.
sure. I think what we're doing is, I'm not the technology guy, so I think what we're doing is muting or closing our in-court video so that it'll just be used by the parties for exhibits, and audio will be available to like the law firms. Is that right?
I think your camera's actually still functioning, so I think your law clerks can still see, but I think this way the jury will have to look themselves.
Got it. All right, thank you. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please advise the jury of your name and spell your name?
Ryan Duncan, D-U-N-C-A-N.
And Mr. Duncan, how are you employed right now?
I'm currently assigned in the Background Investigations Unit as a detective at Kootenai County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed by the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office?
20 years will be my anniversary next month.
And could you please tell the jury how you spent the last 20 years at the Sheriff's Office?
I spent some time in patrol when I first started, about 5 years, and then moved into criminal investigations. I worked in all the areas of criminal investigations, property crimes, the special victims unit, major crimes, persons crimes. For about 5 years, I handled most of the digital evidence processing and detectives, and then I had a number of special duties. I was on our SWAT team for a while, the dive team, the drone team. I was a field training officer, and that probably covers most of it.
So just about everything.
Most of the things, yeah.
And you said the last few years have been spent how?
The last year and a half, I've been working as a pre-employment background investigator, so I do the background investigations on hires.
So it sounds like over the course of your career, you've investigated 11 different crimes.
Yes.
Have you investigated murder before?
Yes.
Several?
Yes.
And throughout your career performing these investigations, have you retrieved and analyzed digital data and devices?
I have.
And does that include things like cell phones, computers, digital records of that kind?
Yes.
And when you're investigating crimes, especially murder, how can cell phones and computers be important to the investigation?
As we all know, cell phones in particular paint a very broad picture of our lives. We see the communications that we have with people on a day-to-day or your basis, emails, text messages, pictures, internet activity, GPS location information, all kinds of different things that are recovered, in particular from our cell phones, as well as from our computers.
And when you go about analyzing digital data on a computer or cell phone, do you need the help of specialized software?
Yes.
And are you familiar with these softwares?
Yes.
And when you're talking specifically about cell phones, what software is utilized to analyze a cell phone?
We usually use Celebrite.
Celebrate?
Yep.
And have you become familiar with how to use Celebrite over the course of your career?
Yes.
And explain to the jury how you become familiar with how to use Celebrite.
We've had the program for approximately 2.5 years. I've been to a number of trainings that cover the handling and processing of digital evidence. I would guess that at this point I probably have processed a couple of hundred different cell phones and various other electronic devices that we use the program for.
These trainings, who have been put on by?
A variety of companies. There's a number of different law enforcement training companies that provide training, but some have been by Celebrite, some have been by another company called Magnet, which produces a product called Axiom, which we also use.
And can you walk the jury through how you would take a cell phone and use Celebrite to analyze what's on it?
So once we identify or try to identify the type of phone, the program basically walks you through the steps that we need to take before you process the phone. There's a pack of cables that are provided with the software that the software will advise you what set of cables you have to use to process a particular type of phone, and then you basically get instructions throughout the processing process from the program of what you need to do next, and it will advise when the data has been extracted from the device.
You see there's different cables, like is there like one for an iPhone and one for a Samsung and stuff like that?
There's actually quite a few more than that. Most of the iPhones are usually processed with the same cables, but especially a lot of the various Samsung and Android devices are processed with a large variety of other cables.
Okay. Now, when you plug the phone in to the software, what happens?
Generally speaking, the software is able to recognize what phone type it is once you plug it in. That's not always the case, and you have to troubleshoot that, but generally speaking, it's able to recognize the type of device that it is.
And after this process is complete, where are you left with as the investigator?
You're left with the raw data, and then we process that information through a separate program, also provided by Cellbrite, that allows us to view the data in a format that we can search, cross-reference, and look at the actual information that was extracted.
And what kind of steps can you take to make sure that the data and the searchable material is consistent with what was on the phone?
We can also review the contents of the phone. So you see what the program has been able to extract and produce into the report format, and then go back onto the device and see what's there as well.
Check for similarities, consistencies, make sure they're the same thing?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the investigation surrounding the death of Kendy Howard?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that investigation, the police reports and the evidence that was collected as part of that investigation?
Yes, at least the portions that I was involved in.
So you were involved with processing or reviewing some of the evidence?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not cell phones were collected as evidence surrounding her death?
Yes.
How many cell phones?
2.
And can you describe for the jury those cell phones?
There was a Samsung Galaxy Note 8 and an iPhone 11 Pro Max that were both collected.
And did you search those phones? Did you use Cellbrite to analyze those phones?
I did.
And before you did that, what did you do?
I obtained a search warrant to search those phones, and then once that search warrant was authorized, I performed the extractions and then the processing of the data.
And on those phones, did you find any evidence that social media was used like Facebook?
Yes.
And did you do anything with regards to Facebook before you searched that?
Yes, I also wrote a search warrant for the Facebook page of Kendy Howard and served that on Meta, the parent company for Facebook, and sometime later they then provided the records that I requested in that search warrant.
Just for Kendy?
Yes.
Okay. And so the process of getting the data off the phone, is there other terms for that?
Extraction and dump are probably the 2 most common terms that are used.
Okay. So basically you're extracting the data?
Yes.
And then another way to phrase that is you're dumping the phone?
Yes.
So when you hear a phone dump or a cell phone extraction, are they the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. And so you extracted the data off the iPhone and the Samsung, correct?
Correct.
And you went through that data. Were you able to go through that data and determine who those phones belong to?
Yes.
And what about the data gave you the ability to determine whose phones those were?
On both phones, there was quite a few personal pictures, things that people would typically describe as selfie-type images that made the phones fairly easy to determine who they belonged to. There was also various contacts that were stored on the phone, as well as some account information. It depended on the particular phone.
And with respect to the iPhone, who were you able to determine that phone belonged to?
Kendy Howard.
And the Samsung?
Dan Howard.
Are these the only 2 phones that were collected as evidence in this case?
They were the only 2 that were collected as evidence. There was also an additional phone that was processed but not collected as evidence.
Okay. So when we speak of an iPhone in this case, that's Kendy's iPhone?
Yes.
And when we speak of the Samsung, that's Dan's?
Yes.
Would you recognize these phones again if you saw them?
I would.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You know.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65E and 65F. And are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes.
And what do those exhibits appear to be?
These appear to be images of Kendy Howard's iPhone.
And I'm going to, the same phone you analyzed or dumped?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65G and H. Are you familiar with those exhibits?
Yes.
And what do those appear to be?
Dan Howard's iPhone.
Same, which
Or, sorry, Dan Howard's Galaxy Note 8.
The Samsung?
Yes.
Is that the same Samsung you searched pursuant to this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 65E, F, G, and H.
Any objection? Those are admitted. interfering with the ability to use it, we can go off Zoom as need be.
Appears I'm a little less tech savvy than the judge. Your Honor, I move to publish these exhibits to the jury.
You're welcome to do so. So members of the jury, just take a look at the exhibits and then pass it down so everybody has a chance to look at them. Actually, why don't I shortcut it and we'll put those up on the Elmo. It looks like I got one.
For the record, I'm now publishing 65E. Sixty 65F. 65G. And 65H. Detective Duncan, were there any other electronics put into evidence in this case that you analyzed?
There was.
And describe those to the jury.
There was 2 external hard drives and 3 laptop computers.
And did you write and obtain search warrants for those?
I did.
And did you self-write for those?
No, I used the software product Axiom to process those items.
And it's different than self-write, but does it work somewhat similar?
Somewhat similar, yes.
You extracted out using software?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that software? Were you trained how to use it?
Yes.
And at the end of it, were you left with a dump for an extraction and the raw data?
Yes.
Detective Duncan, I think that's the last question I have for you. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
So on the self-write reader, there's a program like Windows that gives you a bunch of options so you don't have to kill it yourself, right?
The self-write reader?
Yes.
Yes, the program basically walks you through the steps on what to do next, depending on the device.
So for instance, the program allows you to search for different types of content, right?
Once the extraction is complete and the data has been processed, then yes, you can go through and search for various types of content.
And you can tag, like for instance, different messages and extract just what you tag, right?
Yes.
And you can look at a timeline. That's an option that you can look at a timeline on the phone, right?
Yes.
And additionally, you can look at pictures, images, anything that's on the phone just by clicking certain buttons.
Correct.
Now, when you have it in a reader and then you print it into another document, that user is selecting what to print, correct?
Yes, the report is generated in 2 different formats. You have the self-write reader report, which is more meant to be used in a digital format so that you can more easily search, and then it's also produced into a long-form PDF format as well.
And the long form PDF is more difficult to work with.
Yes, much more difficult.
Okay. And so self-write reader makes it easier to select what you want to print.
Yes.
Now, also particularly with iPhones, there's a button on the self-write reader to select activities, right?
I believe so, yes.
And on the activities button, it will, if your iPhone is, if you have your phone set up to track your steps, for instance, it'll log it there, right?
Yeah, there have been a number of times where I've observed that feature.
And did you observe that feature in this case?
I do not recall specifically.
But you wouldn't be surprised if it was there.
Yes.
And in addition, you did a download of 3 laptops, right?
Yes.
One was last login from 2013,
That sounds accurate, yes.
and you didn't find anything of evidentiary value, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
The next one was a laptop with last login from 2017, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find anything of evidentiary value.
No,
And both of those, the last login was username and, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
The third computer, last login was February 13th of 2021, correct?
That sounds correct.
And that last user login was Dan, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find anything of evidentiary value of that, correct?
Nothing that appeared so at the time.
Part of what you're looking for is on a computer would be cookies, correct?
In some cases, in this particular case, I only handled most of the processing of the evidence and then produced the reports and then provided those to the lead investigators that were working on the case.
So, but you have processed before, correct?
Yes,
And that is one of the things they look for, right?
yes.
What is a cookie?
Cookie is some information that is left behind by a third party, typically on the internet.
So if you go onto Google and search X, Y, and Z, there might be a cookie that shows that you search for X, Y, and Z, correct?
The cookies are typically more when you visit a website. The cookies are left behind on a computer to make interacting with that website a little bit easier.
And you didn't find, out of the laptops and 2 external hard drives, you did not find anything of evidentiary value, correct?
Nothing that appeared so at the time.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can you read her? Your Honor. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you.
You next witness?
Michelle Marhofer?
Sure. Mark. Morning, ma'am. Step forward, please. I'll have you face my clerk, raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat at the witness stand. You may start.
Please state your full name and spell your last for the record.
Michelle Marhofer, M-A-R-H-O-E, F like Frank, E-R.
Do you typically go by Michelle?
I'm sorry,
Do you typically go by Michelle?
I do not.
What do you go by?
Mickey.
And what is your occupation?
I am the Chief Criminal Investigator for the Kootenai County Prosecuting Attorney's Office.
Generally speaking, what are the duties of the chief criminal investigator for the prosecuting attorney's office?
As Chief, I wear many hats. In this particular case, my job was to review the case comprehensively, take notes, come up with a plan as far as presenting information to a court or to investigate further.
Is it common in your role to work with attorneys for the prosecutor's office in preparing exhibits for presentation at trial?
Absolutely.
In doing so, do you obtain information from investigators?
Yes.
What kinds of information do you typically review?
Start with the reports, go through images, I listen to interviews, watch videos, and then from there I'm assigned typically to get into forensic examinations of items that have been looked into evidence, and furthermore, if something needs an expert, I will typically try to look at an expert.
It's part of your role to distill down large amounts of information into something that's presentable to, say, a jury.
Yes.
Do you have any specific prior work experience or educational background that assists you in this job?
I have been preparing cases for presentation to a jury for over 26 years.
Where did you previously work?
I worked for the San Bernardino County District Attorney's Office in Southern California,
How long did you work for them?
19 years,
How long have you been with Kootenai County?
just over 7.
What about any sort of educational or training background?
Lots of job-related education regarding evidence, procedures, forensic training in both video and computer examinations. My education is some college. I have a certificate from San Bernardino Valley College in criminal justice, and then just lots and lots of little smaller classes I've taken through the years regarding preparing cases for courtroom technology.
Ms. Marhofer, you are not a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you write search warrants?
No.
Do you issue search warrants?
No.
Do you process data that is procured through search warrants?
Yes.
Were you brought in to assist on the case involving Kendy Howard's death?
Yes.
At the time that you were brought in, were you made aware of large amounts of data that had been procured pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Can you describe some of the data types that you were made aware of?
There were search warrants from several banks. There were several what we call a phone dump, or an extraction of the data from the phone. There were hours and hours of video, and also search warrant on Facebook.
Were there also photographs that were taken pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Let's talk first about the data that was procured via search warrants as it relates to the phones or other digital media. Were you made aware that there were search warrants associated with phones and digital media?
Yes.
In what form was that information provided to you?
It was provided to me in 2 forms. Each phone was dumped. I had a very large PDF document that I could go through and review, and I could also launch the Cellbrite viewer and basically examine and go through the phone on my own.
what you were provided, did that allow you the opportunity to, say, edit, delete, or otherwise tamper with the raw data?
No,
What were you allowed to do with that data?
just view it and extract it, I'm sorry.
How much data are we talking about?
I don't remember the size of the actual phone extractions, but for measurement's sake, one of the PDF reports was almost 40,000 pages.
Are phone extractions typically extremely long files?
Depends on the phone.
Were you also provided contents of search warrants that were done on Facebook?
I was.
Having received both the data that was dumped from the phones as well as the Facebook data, were you able to review those?
Yes,
Were you able to compare those? And by that I mean, were you able to look at them to see if there was any data that was present in both of those forms?
yes,
Was there?
yes,
In looking through the phone data, were you able to make any determinations about ownership?
yes,
Were you able to determine whether a particular phone belonged to Kendy Howard?
yes.
How did you do that?
Initially, I just started going through the phone looking for things that would identify the person, meaning their names on the accounts, the phone number that was previously provided to me through police reports, photographs, selfies, those types of things. I just gather everything that I can to help me to identify who that phone belonged to.
Among the data that was on the phone, was there sufficient information for you to conclude that that was Kendy Howard's phone?
Absolutely.
Were you able to determine whether that phone contained data that was from Facebook, the Facebook Messenger application, or something that was within that Facebook program?
Yes,
Do you remember specifically what that was?
Facebook. There was Instagram and I think Snapchat.
Were you able to determine that she used several applications and other online platforms?
Yes,
And again, were you able to match the Facebook message information on the phone to what was also obtained via search warrant from Facebook directly?
yes,
Did Kendy Howard frequently use Facebook?
yes.
You laughed a little bit there. Tell me why.
She, in my opinion, was on it quite frequently. She used a marketplace to sell items. She had a lot of friends, a lot of Facebook Messenger chats. Not so much in posting, but it was frequent.
Did Kendy Howard communicate through Facebook more than through other apps?
Yes,
Did Kendy Howard communicate through Facebook more than even normal text?
yes,
Did Kendy Howard even make calls through Facebook Messenger?
yes,
Did you review large portions of Facebook Messengers or other information contained within Facebook as it related to the relevant timeframes in this case?
yes.
Did you identify areas that were potentially of evidentiary value in this case?
I did.
Were you able to determine, based on looking at that data, whether or not that data had been altered or changed in some way?
I couldn't tell that anything had been altered or changed.
When you obtained this information from Facebook Messenger, did it have what we would potentially call metadata?
Nothing that I analyzed, but potentially there could be some there.
Did it have associated dates and times?
It did.
Was there anything about those dates and times that that you did change?
I'm sorry,
That you did change?
So the phone dump or the extraction was in GMT, which is -0. We live in Pacific Standard Time, which is -8. So on the Facebook Messenger stuff that I extracted, I did time and date calculations to show the actual date and time that those text messages were sent and received.
And was that a simple calculation based on just essentially subtracting hours to obtain those dates and times?
Yes,
And the Facebook messaging information that was obtained from Facebook, did you have to do that same calculation?
I did from Facebook. I didn't have to do anything in the phone.
Okay. Were you also asked to make any, let's say, redactions to particular conversations?
Yes.
What kinds of redactions did you make?
The only reductions that I made were to block out areas that were identified to me as being irrelevant or things that could not be used in post.
Did you do that for multiple conversations with multiple individuals?
I did.
And again, were you identifying particular conversations that were of potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness.
You may.
Smarthoff, I'm going to hand you a large stack here. For the record, this is Exhibit 41A through E, 42A and B, 44A and B, 39A through E, 37A through H. Generally, what are these?
And these are the Facebook messages that I extracted from the Facebook search warrant.
Did you chop, redact, and time correct as you previously described on these messages?
Yes.
Did you make other alterations to these conversations?
No.
In the phone, you mentioned that there were photographs and selfies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review all of those?
Yes.
And did you locate things that appeared to be of evidentiary value?
I did.
Did those have associated metadata?
Yes.
And when I say metadata, what are we talking about?
So metadata is a fingerprint, so to speak, for each photograph or item. The metadata in the phone told me the date and the time and the source. So if it was from that iPhone 11, it showed me it was from an iPhone 11. It will also give me any date or time that it may have been cropped. It's all the data, all the background information regarding that photo.
Were you able to extract or otherwise download those images for presentation at court?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Amen.
Again, Ms. Marhofer, I'm going to show you a large group of exhibits. These are going to be exhibits 27 through 36, as well as exhibit 76. Do you recognize these? And feel free to look through.
I do.
What do you recognize these to be?
Exhibit 76 is a Facebook post, and the other range are photos that were found in the phone.
Were those photographs and Facebook Messenger posts extracted from the phone in the process that you previously described?
Yes.
Were those photographs printed in such a way that contained associated date, time, or potential other relevant metadata?
Yes.
Did you alter any of those dates, times, or other relevant metadata?
No.
Did you alter those photos?
No.
Were those essentially directly downloaded from the extraction from the phone?
Yes.
At this time, I'm going to move to admit states 27 through 36 and exhibit 76.
Okay. No objection. Okay, those will be admitted.
Ms. Marhofer, did you likewise locate conversations between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard on the phone?
I did.
In what forms did Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard communicate?
Both on Facebook Messenger and text.
Did they communicate on both those applications with the same frequency?
No.
Did they typically utilize one at a time, essentially, for a conversation?
As I recall, yes. Typically if they started a conversation in one format, they would stick with it.
Were you able to likewise download those conversations from the phone?
Yes.
Were you able to identify potentially relevant portions of those conversations?
Yes.
Were you able to correct any dates that were not in specific time as needed?
Yes.
Did you make any other alterations to those conversations other than cross and redactions may be required by court?
No.
Permission to approach the witness.
Amen.
Marhoff, again, I'm handing you some large stacks. So it's exhibit 73 A through D and exhibit 72 A through I. Do you recognize what these are? And again, feel free to flip through.
I do.
Starting with 72, what do you recognize those to be?
These are text messages between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard.
And exhibit 73?
These are Facebook Messenger messages between Kendy Howard and Daniel Howard.
Now, Ms. Marhoff, we talked quite a bit about how you obtained those Facebook Messenger conversations, but just to clarify, the raw phone extraction that you received from law enforcement, did that also contain phone calls and text messages the way a normal phone does, outside of specific applications?
Yes.
And would those be the text messages that are contained in Exhibit 72 A through I?
Yes.
And were these specific to Dan and Kendy alone?
That batch, yes.
All right, it's time to move to admit 72 A through I and 73 A through D.
Any objection?
No objection.
Those will be admitted.
Likewise, Ms. Markhoffer, Did Kendy Howard's phone contain records of phone calls?
Yes.
Were those phone calls that were made, again, essentially the way a normal phone functions? Outside of using an application like Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Were you also able to see that she made calls through the Facebook Messenger application?
Yes.
Were there times that a particular call would be recorded in the Facebook Messenger application and through the normal call log?
Yes.
Were you able to identify particular portions of Kendy Howard's phone records that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Did you make any changes to those phone records other than identifying those relevant timeframes?
Objection, Your Honor, may we vote?
You know?
Permission to approach the witness.
Yes.
Ms. Marhoff, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 78A and B. Start first with 78B. What do you recognize that to be?
78B is a 3-page extraction from the call log.
Whose call log?
Kendy Howard.
Is it associated with a particular date?
It is.
What date?
January 29th of 2021.
Was that a date that was identified as being of evidentiary value?
Yes, it was.
Did you make any alterations to that phone log?
Other than the extraction, no.
78A.
78A is an exhibit that I created in 2 parts. The first part being a clip from the Facebook Messenger, and the second being 2 entries clipped from Exhibit 78B.
What was the purpose of making that particular exhibit?
This particular exhibit is in relation to January 29th of 2021 at 5 a.m.
I'm going to stop you there. Let me ask another question. Did you notice any similarities between what's contained in 78A and 78B?
I did.
What was that?
They were both in relation to phone calls to Dan Prado.
Did the phone calls in 78A match the phone calls in 78B?
The entries from the phone log were the times that the phone call started, and the Facebook entries were the log of the length of the phone calls. So they did correlate.
And in combined, do they create a complete record of particular phone calls?
Yes, they do.
Other than the selection of those particular calls that you previously described in 78A, you made any alterations to that call logs?
No. Oh, I'm sorry, yes, I did. There was a date entry on the top, like in the header, that I did white out.
And at this time, I would move to admit 78A and B.
Any objection? 78A and B are good.
Okay, Ms. Markhofer. During the course of this investigation, did you come across information that was related to purchases that Kendy Howard was making in the time before death?
Yes.
And was there a particularly large purchase that Kendy made at the time before her death?
Yes.
What purchase was that?
A hot tub.
Were you able to obtain any records that relate to the purchase of that hot tub?
I was.
Were you able to obtain, let me ask you this, how did you get that information?
It took a few steps, but I contacted the company who had the hot tub sale at the Kootenai County Fairgrounds, tracked them down, and through multiple people I spoke to, I found the person that had the records that I could subpoena.
And was that company able to provide you with records of that transaction?
They did without subpoena.
Did they provide you anything to indicate the authenticity of those records?
Yes, they did.
And did they include in their records an internal records of the purchase?
I'm sorry, what?
Did they include in the records they provided to you any of their own internal notes?
Yes.
Which you approach with 75 A and C.
You may.
Marhofer, would you recognize 75 A through C to B? And if you would just identify them individually?
These are the records I received from this law company. The in 75A, this would be the 90211 affidavit, that, where they sign under penalty of perjury that these are records in association with the business and are part of their normal business records. 75B are the copies of the documents relating to the purchase of said hot tub, and 75C are the documents relating to the refund requested by Dan Howard.
Move to admit 75A through C.
Any objection?
Relative.
I understand the relevance, so if that's the only objection, then I'll overrule and allow the evidence to be admitted.
Ms. Marhofer, did you likewise obtain a check that was related to an even larger purchase that Ms. Howard was in the process of making?
Yes,
What was that?
the purchase of a home in Kendy, Idaho.
And the particular check was related to what specifically?
The home inspection.
Who did you obtain that from?
The document was located in the search warrant return from P1 FCU.
What's your approach?
Amen.
Ms. Marhofer, I'm going to show you what's been marked state 71A and B. Do you recognize it? What do you recognize it to be?
It's the 90211 affidavit and the check. We were just speaking of.
Move to admit 71A and B.
Any objection?
Wait, wait.
Will be admitted.
Ms. Marhofer, in creating exhibits for presentation in a criminal jury trial, are you ever asked to create exhibits that are for demonstrative purposes?
I am.
Are you ever asked to create images that would assist the lawyers or the jury in understanding the evidence?
Yes.
Question to approach.
Amen.
I'll show you states 3A, B, and C. Do you recognize these?
I do.
What do you recognize these to be?
These are calendar pages for January 2021, February 2021, and March of 2021.
Did you take steps to ensure that these were accurate calendars for those states in the years previous?
I did.
Move to admit 3A, 3B, 3C.
Any objection?
Wait.
Was there a bid?
Ms. Marhofer, in the course of your review of the investigative case, did you identify that there was a weapon involved in this case?
Excuse me. A weapon?
Was there a firearm involved in this case?
Yes.
Do you recall the make and model of that firearm?
There were two actually booked in evidence. One was a Glock 19 and one was a Taurus. I don't remember the exact model. The 700 series, if I recall correctly.
And did you go through the process of obtaining a demonstrative associated with the Taurus?
Yes.
Can you describe that process?
It can vary from case to case. In this particular case, they were just images that came from Detective Northrop's review at Kootenai County Sheriff's Office.
And so you were able to identify the exact make and model of the Taurus that was involved in this case?
I was.
Did you take steps to locate a replica of that gun?
I did.
Can you describe this replica?
It is what they refer to as a blue gun. And the particular gun that I was after was what they call true weight. So it is made to mimic the absolute size and the weight of the gun, rather than having to handle a live firearm. Now you can handle the plastic version of it.
And did you locate a company that would create such a weighted blue gun?
I did.
Did you go through the process of obtaining that gun?
I did.
And did you specifically request that that gun be weighted accurately?
I did.
Commissioner approach.
Amen.
States 50. What do you recognize that to be?
This is the receipt for the purchase of that blue gun.
Move to admit states 50.
Any objection?
Yeah, we'll go.
Sure.
No objection to procedure.
It's admitted.
Okay, Ms. Marhofer. You mentioned previously that there was a large volume of photographs associated with this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have opportunity to review all of those photographs?
Yes.
Did you work with myself and other members of the prosecution to identify photographs that were going to be utilized in trial?
Yes.
Were there specific photographs that you were asked to alter?
Yes.
What ways did you alter photographs?
I cropped some of the photos to block out more sensitive areas, such as like open eyeballs and genitalia.
Were you also involved in creating summary images or PowerPoint presentations for utilization in this trial?
Yes.
And did you do so with input from either the witnesses or the attorneys.
I did.
Did you make alterations to those photographs other than what you just described?
No.
And Commissioner Approach?
Yeah.
Again, it's Marhoff versus a large grouping, but 19A and B, 22A through G, 24G, 26A through J. Do you recognize this group of exhibits?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The disc is a PowerPoint I prepared for Dr. Rivera. That is 24G. 26A through J is a series of photographs and a diagram, as well as a PowerPoint I generated from the autopsy. 22A through G is a PowerPoint and images I generated regarding Dr. Smock. And the last one, 19A and B, is a diagram of various injuries, both in a diagram and in a PowerPoint.
Thank you, Ms. Marhoff. I don't think I have any other. I forgot one fell down here. Commissioner Approach, witness.
Yeah.
One more.
This is a PowerPoint I prepared for the crime lab technician, or I don't remember his actual title, but Tiger Staples.
And that's exhibit 77.
It is.
Now I think I'm finished.
Thank you, counsel. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
This first starts off with metadata. You describe that as a fingerprint on a person's image, right?
Yeah.
And so the metadata will tell you when a photograph was taken and possibly even last used, right?
Yes.
And sometimes they'll have location data, et cetera, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And so, as part of your job, well, let's just start there. You specifically work for the prosecutor's office, right?
I do.
So, you're not assigned by law enforcement to conduct tasks, right?
Correct.
So, but you do receive the evidence that law enforcement uploads in particular this case.
Day after day, yes.
And so you received uploads of photos taken by Deputy Wheeler.
I'm sorry?
Deputy Wheeler.
Yes.
And he was one of the responding officers at the scene
Yes.
on February 2nd.
Yep.
You also received photographs from Detective Norfolk, right?
Yes.
And have you examined the metadata of those photographs?
No.
And then, do you participate in providing discovery to, or uploading discovery to defense counsel?
I have.
Now, on the metadata, you can access that through cell right, correct?
I don't need cell right to access that data, but I can.
So in a photo, for instance, a lot of times you can just put details, and the metadata sometimes will show, right?
A small portion of it, yes.
But cell right also has that information,
Cell right would have it, yes.
and you're familiar with cell right.
Yes.
And here, there was various search warrants that you talked about applied for throughout this case, right?
I'm sorry?
There was various search warrants applied for throughout this case.
Yeah.
So, for instance, you mentioned the search warrant from Facebook.
Yes.
And Facebook sends you a response to that search warrant by providing you information, correct?
They sent it to law enforcement, not me, but yes.
But law enforcement uploads it and you review it, correct?
Correct.
And that's partly what you reviewed in all your preparations that you've done, correct?
Yes.
Additionally, Cellbrite has the Facebook information, correct?
It has some of it.
And do you compare, but you're familiar with what the Cellbrite information looks like?
Yes.
May I approach on it?
Yeah.
Ms. Arnold, Kendy was marked as Defense Exhibit A. Does that look like information that would be on the Cellbrite report?
It does.
And, for instance, may I retrieve the exhibit from the press?
Yeah.
Did you do a comparison between Cellbrite and Facebook?
I did some.
So you mentioned Exhibit 40 earlier, is that right?
Exhibit 40. Yes.
In particular, that was a string of messages with hand iron, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And on there, was that a Cellbrite report or was that a Facebook search warrant report?
The information that I used in my exhibit was from Facebook.
And Facebook, comes to you in a PDF,
Yes,
and PDFs are editable.
yes,
And in fact, you did edits on, as it relates to the time zone on PDFs, right?
I didn't edit, I added.
But you edited the document they gave to you to add information, correct?
Correct.
And on Cellbrite, you can select and choose information that you extract, correct?
Correct.
And approach. And then back what was previously discussed as Exhibit 40. That's a document that you helped create from Facebook for this exhibit purposes, correct?
Yes.
What's the last date of the text message?
Objection, hearsay, this item is not in evidence.
Response?
Who's doing it?
Objection. Insufficient foundation for admission at this time.
Council Burke can bring the exhibit. I'm sustaining the objection for the time being. You can rephrase your question.
On those exhibits, can you tell on Exhibit 40, are you able to determine the last message date on that exhibit?
Objection, hearsay, that exhibit is not in evidence, there is a lack of foundation.
Your Honor, speaking to you.
Well, it was a yes or no question, so I'll allow you to ask the question as to yes or no. But this exhibit has not been admitted, so I'm not going to let you elicit the actual contents of the exhibit.
Are you able to tell the date on Exhibit 40 what the last date of the message was?
Yes.
I'm allowing that as a yes or no question.
On Defense Exhibit A, are you able to tell the date of that message?
Not on this exhibit, no.
But Cellbrite does have the messages, and you can get all messages from Cellbrite, correct?
You can, but this is a screenshot of the right column, not the entire contents of the Cellbrite.
Okay, so on the Cellbrite, you're familiar with Cellbrite then, so you have, it's a program that then you can get buttons to do either searches of different types of content, correct?
Yeah,
And you can do, for instance, a timeline,
yes,
and you can, that timeline will give you all activity within a certain range, correct?
it can, yes.
Do you know whether or not Kendy Howard, do you know who the last person that she messaged was?
Objection, foundation beyond the scope.
She testified about her going through the phone in preparation for the state's evidence, going through all the evidence as the state's investigator. It's directly related to that response.
The state hasn't brought out those conversations yet. The exhibit's not been committed, the state's exhibit. And so to that extent, it's beyond the scope of sustaining objection.
Did you review you said you reviewed the subway data, correct?
I did,
Okay, so,
I did.
just once?
I loaded it several times to look at different items.
You mentioned earlier there's 40,000 pages of information ballpark, correct?
Yes,
So it takes some time to go through this.
yes,
In your investigation, was it important for you to do a timeline and see what messages particularly were sent prior to her passing?
yes.
Do you know if she sent any messages on the night that she died?
She did.
Do you know who the last person she may have messaged?
Objection, foundation beyond the scope.
Foundation.
I'm going to address this with the attorneys in a little bit more detail, so I'm going to excuse the jury for a moment. I'll remind you not to discuss the case among yourselves before you do this. You can see it. Counsel, I'll just let you add your objection a little more.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Clearly, Ms. Marhofer is here as a foundational witness. She prepared exhibits on behalf of the state that capture messages that were contained within Kendy Howard's phone. Mr. Johnson is attempting to use this witness because she read those conversations to get in the substance of those conversations, who she talked to, what time she talked to. The Facebook messages that relate to other parties that Ms. Howard was communicating with, besides the defendant, because that would be statements by party opponent, are hearsay. There's insufficient foundation for Ms. Marhofer to testify to the contents of those conversations and messages, and it's beyond the scope of what the state asked her about. This is about processing the phone and extracting raw data, not the contents of that data.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think the state's jumping the horse here because we are not moving, other than we're not moving at this point to admit the exhibits. We're simply asking a question: were you able to know what her last message was? Who is the best person to answer that question but the person who spent so much time preparing the exhibits, going through the phone? I can't ask anyone else to know. They wouldn't know the chronological order. It's data. Now, I'm not asking what was that message. That would come out through Kenny Howard. What I think is inappropriate is that the exhibit, which has a date of 1/31, does not include Kenny's last message. That's not in the state's exhibit. That would be dealt with when Dana testifies. I agree. It should be admitted at this point. But the question was, were you able to tell who she sent her last message to? That's not asking for hearsay. The foundation has been laid, and I think it should be allowed.
Well, if this were your witness on the record, maybe we could get there. There may be sufficient foundation for the question, but that's not how the state has presented this witness. The state has presented this witness as a foundational witness for the exhibits they've prepared. And so, to the extent you want to obtain different information or information beyond that, beyond the scope of what the state's asked, that is beyond the scope for cross-examination. Now again, whether you can present that later on through for the witnesses and so forth, because I'm not saying we can't ask this ever, but it's beyond the scope at this point in time. And it also appears to court it's an attempt to impeach an exhibit that is yet to be admitted. So it's not proper for impeachment at this point because the state has never admitted the exhibit. And then when we get down to it, the issues of hearsay and so forth are things I'll have to address. But at this point, I'm granting the state's objection that this is beyond the scope of cross-examination. This isn't your opportunity to turn this witness into your own expert witness to go into other details. It was just, you got a cross for what she's testifying to at this point, and I'll allow that. So I'm sustaining the objection. Yeah, let's bring the jury back. I was just contemplating whether I'm not to take a break, but let's bring the back in. We'll probably break it out. We'll do a mid-morning break. You can see it. Thank you. Well, I sustain the objection as being beyond the scope of the direct examination unit 18.
So on the cell right here, you have various means to search for that, right?
Correct.
And one of the things that you can search for, the types of applications that are on it, right?
Correct.
You mentioned under direct that Ms. Howard had Snapchat, right?
Yes.
In your role as investigator, are you familiar with Snapchat?
I am not.
In your role as investigator, you have investigated cases involving Snapchat?
I am not. To date.
I have no further question.
Thank you. Peter?
Hang on.
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for your support.
Wishing to approach Madam Clerk to tender the exhibits that were admitted and retrieve the exhibit that was not.
You may.
Judge, I could be bold. I would make a suggestion that we break now for a mid-morning break before the state calls its next witness, which will be quite lengthy.
I said, okay. No, she's taking out. But none of us left while you were here. So why don't we take about a 10-minute morning break? I always try to tell you minutes in terms of the 10 to 15, something like that. But we'll shoot for 10 minutes. Okay? I'll remind you not to discuss this among yourselves.
Daniel Prado.
Morning, sir. Are you Daniel Prado? Yes, sir. Can you come forward, please? And have you face my clerk and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat right there if you can stand.
Before I begin, may I first have the clerk?
You may.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Daniel Prado, P-R-A-D-O.
What town do you live in?
Kootenai, Idaho.
Where did you grow up?
Kootenai.
You've lived in Kootenai your whole life?
Pretty much my whole life, yeah.
Did you know a woman by the name of Kendy Howard?
Yes.
When did you first meet Kendy Howard?
It was probably junior high school, 6th, 7th grade, somewhere there.
When you first met her, how did you meet her?
At school, school functions, classes, sports, that kind of stuff, from school.
Is Kootenai a big town?
No, it's a small town.
Sir, can I have you just pull that microphone a little closer to yourself? Thank you.
Sure.
Was there a time that your relationship with Kendy Howard changed while you were both in school?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
We quickly became good friends. Just kind of created a bond with one another. Just good friends, and then, we eventually, in school, we started dating.
Would that have been middle school, high school?
High school.
Would you say that you had a sustained relationship in high school, or was it just more kids dating?
More kids dating.
After high school, did you continue that relationship?
Yes, on and off.
Did that relationship continue in a dating sense or in a friendship sense?
More friendship sense.
Did you both go on to have other relationships?
We did.
Can you describe that?
I know Kendy had, she was in a relationship with, father, daughter, and with Mr. Howard. She ended up getting a relationship with him, and same to me. I ended up having a daughter with, another woman, and, I had relationships with all kind of, that's how it was.
Over the years, did you remain friends with Kendy Howard?
Yes.
How would you maintain that friendship?
We would see each other on occasion, at a town function or something like that. We would text every once in a while. We'd run into each other, we would talk, just kind of like that.
When you would see Kendy, would that be in Kootenai?
Yes.
Did you know why Kendy was coming to Kootenai?
She had family in town.
Who?
Her mother and father, Wendell and Jane Williams.
Do you have a relationship with Wendell and Jane?
Yes.
Can you describe that relationship?
I've known them pretty much my whole life as well. I go to their house for barbecues, and we just had a great friendship. They're really great folks, and we just like hanging around each other. So we would, go out to eat dinner sometimes, or go to the house for dinner. We hung out a lot.
You have a separate friendship with them apart from your friendship with Kendy?
Yes.
Was anybody else in Kendy's family in the Kootenai area?
She had an uncle and some aunts, I believe, as well. Her brother Brian lived about 60 miles away. I'm in Lewiston, but yeah.
And would you also see them on occasion?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you rekindled a romantic relationship with Kendy?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that began?
If I remember, it was probably April, May 2020.
At that point in time, were you married?
No.
At that point in time, was Kendy married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Mr. Howard.
Did you know that Kendy was married at the time you began that relationship?
Yes.
During that time, how did you communicate?
Through Messenger. We messaged each other through Facebook Messenger. We would call each other through the same Messenger app. We would make phone calls.
were you also meeting up periodically in person?
Yes.
And would that typically occur in Kendy, or would it also occur in Kootenai County?
Both places.
Backing up, had you previously met Dan Howard?
Yes.
When did you meet Dan Howard?
I think the first time it would have been probably maybe early 90s, somewhere there.
At the time that you and Kendy began your relationship, were you also regularly seeing Dan?
No.
During the times that you began your relationship with Kendy, was Kendy coming to Kendy frequently?
Yes.
Would she be coming alone?
Yes.
What kinds of events would you see Kendy at?
Barbecues, going to the little surrounding towns or something like that, would have a, get together over a holiday or something like that, then sometimes she'd come to town and I'd see her that way as well.
So in that beginning period of your relationship, how frequently were you getting together?
Every few weeks?
And was that dependent on something in Kendy's life?
Yes.
What was that?
Dan not being home.
Do you know why Dan would be home or not home?
Work. I believe he worked out of town.
So you indicated that you communicated with Kendy through Facebook Messenger. How frequently did you communicate?
Daily.
And would that be once a day or something more?
Several times a day.
Would that be text, call, both?
Both.
Ballpark, how often were you talking to Kendy in a day?
Could be 100 texts. It'd be a couple of phone calls a day. It was quite a bit.
Was Kendy talkative?
Very talkative.
Did she share with you?
Pretty much everything.
Did Kendy have a particular style of typing?
That she did, yes.
Can you describe that?
You kind of had to get to know her a little bit to understand what some of the things she was saying. It was just very fast and, kind of sporadic, but just, she had her own style.
Would there be times that it would be challenging to understand her texts?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Kendy Howard stupid?
No.
Did she wear glasses?
She did.
Was Kendy Howard's style of texting related to either her intelligence or her ability to see?
No.
Why were her texts so hard to read?
She was just, I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, just, she was very, full of life. Just when she typed something, she would just type it, I guess she was thinking at that time, and sometimes it would just not come out real clear.
You sometimes have to ask her to clarify?
Several times.
Dan, was there a time that you were in love with Kendy?
Absolutely.
Over the course of your relationship, did you fall in love with her?
Yes.
Did you tell her that you loved her?
Yes, I did.
Did she tell you that she loved you?
Yes.
Is that something that you said to each other frequently?
We did.
During the course of your relationship, what kinds of things would you do together?
We would go antiquing. She loved antiquing. She loved to fish. We fish. We just kind of go on little road trips up the river, just find a spot and have a picnic and fish. Those kinds of things. Hiking. She enjoyed hiking.
Is there a particular kind of item she enjoyed antiquing for?
Yes, there was specifically I used to call them glass chickens, but she'd correct me. She told me they're nesting hens. But they were these glass antique chickens, and she had quite the collection of those.
Is that something that you enjoyed doing together?
We did.
Do you enjoy shooting firearms?
Yes.
Do you own firearms?
I do.
Did you and Kendy go shooting together?
No.
Why not?
She didn't like guns.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard shoot a gun?
No.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard clean a gun?
No.
Did you ever see Kendy Howard load bullets into a magazine?
No.
To your knowledge, did Kendy Howard know how to do that?
Not to my knowledge.
Was there a point in time that your relationship turned sexual?
He did.
Did you have opportunities as part of that sexual relationship to see Kendy Howard naked?
Yes.
Were you aware during your relationship what Kendy Howard did for work?
Yes.
What did she do for work?
She worked at Kootenai Health in the supply department.
In your opportunities to see Kendy Howard naked, did she frequently have extensive bruising to her body?
She had something.
Can you describe that?
She had some bruising on her arms. on her arm or so, but not very often.
Would she indicate to you where that was from work?
No, it wasn't for work.
Can you talk to you about how she felt about her body?
Yes.
How did she feel about her body?
She felt insecure.
Did she comment on particular aspects of her body that she felt insecure about?
Yes.
What was that?
At her belly area, and her breasts.
Did she ever talk about her weight?
She did.
What would she say?
That she, she'd work out sometimes, and sometimes she wouldn't, but that she would often get shamed about her weight.
Did she ever discuss with you steps that she was taking to address some of those insecurities about her body?
Yes, she had. She was looking into doing a kind of makeover of her body.
What would be involved in that makeover?
I think she was talking about the tummy tuck, breast augmentation.
In your many conversations with her, did you become familiar with Kendy Howard's nightly routine?
Yes.
What would Kendy Howard do nearly every night?
She'd go home, and one of the things she loved doing was take a bath.
Was there a particular series of events that she would do to take that bath?
She would, go up and she'd usually, I guess, run the water, and she liked like shower lotions and bubble baths and that kind of stuff. So she would, do that.
And was that before bed?
Yes.
Was it common for the two of you to talk in the evenings?
Yes.
Did you even at times talk with her while she was in bed?
Yes.
Were you in a relationship with Kendy Howard in July of 2020?
Yes.
At that point in your relationship, had your relationship turned sexual?
Yes.
At that point in your relationship, had you told Kendy that you loved her?
I believe so, yes.
Did Kendy Howard make you aware of something that had occurred on July 10th of 2020?
Yes.
Could you approach the witness? Yeah. Did you have an opportunity to discuss that incident with Kendy Howard?
Yes.
And did you use the Facebook Messenger application to do that?
We did.
To show you which marked as State Exhibit 38H, do you recognize that?
Yes. These are our messages.
Does that appear to be an accurate portion of your conversation?
It does.
What date was that from? Did you need to look at it again?
If I could, please, yes.
Objection, call for yourself.
This is the date. Oh.
Looks like it was on the message notes of July 11th.
And does that appear to reflect, to match your memory of the conversation you had on that day?
It does.
Who could admit States 38H?
Any objection? Is it 38H? Is it good?
This time, Your Honor, I would move to publish by providing jurors their own copies.
You may do so.
Commissioner, can I bring the original to Madam Clerk?
You may.
Okay. So, Mr. Prado, in the period of time after July 10th of 2020, you and Kendy discussed plans for her future.
Yes.
What kinds of plans did Kendy Howard have?
She was looking at getting divorced. She wanted to move out to our hometown Kootenai County. She looked at purchasing a home. She wanted to, possibly start a little antique store. Those kinds of things.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a realtor.
Did you assist Kendy in looking for a house?
Yes.
What steps did you take to assist Kendy in looking for a house?
Well, we looked at some different properties, that she had found when she so she was moving forward with that. So getting her all the information she needed and setting up the original purchase sale agreement for her to do that.
Was the house that she was moving forward on the first listing that the two of you discussed?
No.
Did she spend some time looking at listings before you moved forward in that process?
Yes.
Did the two of you in fact spend months looking for a house in Kenya?
We did.
Did Kendy ever tell you why she wanted a house in Kenya?
She wanted to move back to Kenya and get divorced from Dan and just get some separation, some distance, be close to family.
Did she ever talk about how that would affect her job?
Yes.
What if anything did she talk to you about with her job?
Well, she enjoyed her job. She enjoyed where she was working. The clinic in Kenya is part of Kootenai Health as well. So she had actually spoke about transferring down to the Kenya clinic to continue working for Kootenai Health. So she was looking into that pretty extensively.
So were there in fact multiple opportunities that she was considering?
Yes,
Did you make any offers for her to work with you?
I did. I told her she needed to help me out with the options.
As a realtor, are you familiar with the home buying process?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with what is involved in purchasing a home from a financial standpoint?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what's involved in purchasing a home from a document standpoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with what's involved in purchasing a home from a logistics standpoint? Things like home inspections and things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you assist Kendy Howard in that process?
I did.
What kinds of things did you do to assist Kendy in that process?
I explained some of the paperwork in the process of buying the home. I had given her kind of a referral on where she could go for financing, and also helped her set up home inspection for the home, put the offer in on the home. Just kind of helped her through all the process. Answer any questions that she had.
And were you familiar with where Kendy was in the process of buying that house at the time of her death?
Yes.
What steps had she taken to acquire that home before her death?
She had applied to the financial institution there in Kenya for the financing. The home inspection had been scheduled and actually completed. And she was, there was a closing date set and the documents were in place.
Did you actually put any of your own money down in this case, in this purchase agreement?
I was going to, yes.
Did you ever actually do that?
We hadn't quite made it to that point, but it was in the works. The agreement was made.
Can you describe what you were going to do?
For transactions, home transactions like that, you require to put down earnest money. I was going to put down, Kendy would have been required to put down $1,000 earnest money. So I had, when Kendy and I spoke about that, I had agreed to put down the earnest money out of my own finances, $1,000.
Had Kendy put any of her money down in the process, or paid for anything in particular?
She had put money down on an item for the home at that point.
What about the home inspection? Who paid for that?
And the home inspection, yes.
Who was present at the home inspection?
I was.
Did you meet with the home inspector?
I did.
And did he give you any information about how the inspection was going to turn out?
At the end, basically, yes, kind of let him do his thing, I just kind of watched, and then at the end, we went over the inspection, what his findings were, at that point.
Was there anything about the house that was going to create issues?
No. February 1st, or February 2nd, it was right there.
Did you communicate that information to Kendy Howard?
I did.
And that again is through Facebook?
It was.
Did Kendy Howard discuss with you any steps that she took towards securing a divorce from Dan Howard?
Yes, she did.
What steps did she describe to you?
She had met with an attorney and received documents from the attorney. She was looking at dividing property, doing some documents that showed the division of some property. So she was moving forward with that.
Before she, well, let me ask you this. Do you know approximately when she met with the divorce attorney?
Approximately, I think it was late January, mid-late January.
So in those months previous, did the two of you discuss her divorcing Dan?
Yes.
And during those conversations, did you discuss how that might interact with the home purchase?
Yes.
And would that again have been on Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Permission to approach?
Okay.
Approach you was marked as 38 F and G. Do you recognize these?
Yes, these are the messages between Kendy and I.
Do those appear to be an accurate portion of the conversation that you had with Kendy Howard before her death?
Yes.
Is this in relation to her plans for the future?
Yes.
And at this time, I would move to admit those two exhibits.
No objection. No objection, they are admitted.
It's time to publish for the jury with their individual copies.
You may.
F, Hampton Baylor. G, handed to the bailiff. In your conversations with Kendy about the steps she was taking towards divorce, she discussed with you asset division with Dan.
She did.
What kinds of things did she tell you?
You know, how they were going to try to divide the property that they had with the home. You know, they had boats and motorcycles and a tractor and those types of things. Retirements, they were going to have to be all figured out.
During these months, had Kendy yet told Dan that she was planning a divorce?
Not early on.
Was the idea of divorcing Dan stressful to Kendy?
It was.
What did she say?
And she was obviously pretty terrified about how he was going to react. And she told him.
Do you know approximately how many years the two have been married?
Approximately 25, 27 years.
During this period of time, Kendy's making plans. What was her general demeanor?
moving forward, she was happy about moving forward, wanting to move forward, wanting to kind of move on.
Were there things in Kendy Howard's life that she was excited about, that brought her joy?
Absolutely.
Was the stress of divorcing Dan, did that outweigh that joy?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you more frequently see Kendy happy or stressed?
Happy when we were together.
I'm sorry?
Foundation is to Ms. Howard and Max Raskin.
Also sustained, right? You lay a little foundation.
Testified that Kendy was stressed about the idea of leaving Dan. How do you know that?
She would tell me.
Would she tell you that starting back as early as July?
Yes,
Was that a conversation that continued throughout your relationship?
it was.
Was it a frequent topic?
It was.
Was it something that you talked about in phone calls,
Yes.
in texts,
Yes.
when you were together?
Yes.
Did you see Kendy Howard more frequently happy or stressed?
Happy when we were together.
And when she was home with Dan, was her demeanor more happy or more stressed?
Objection, foundation. Speculation. Particularly as relates to demeanor, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Particularly as it relates to her demeanor, well, she.
I think there's foundation for that, but if you could lay just some, if you want to address that.
You previously testified that you were familiar that Dan's work schedule required him to be gone for periods of time and then home for periods of time. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You also previously testified that you and Kendy would see each other when Dan was out of town. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
During the periods of time that Dan was in town, would you still be communicating with Kendy?
Yes.
Would that still be through phone calls and messages?
Yes.
Would that still be at the frequency that you previously described?
Quite frequent.
During those conversations, did you have opportunity to hear her voice?
Yes.
Did you have opportunities to ask her about the day?
Yes.
Listen to her emotions?
Yes.
Hear anything that she wanted to share with you?
Absolutely.
During the periods of time that Dan was home, was Kendy more stressed or more happy?
Objection, leading.
Sure.
As to leading overruled.
Could you answer that question again?
She was more stressed.
Mr. Prado, I want to draw your attention to the early morning hours of January 29th. Had you been corresponding with Kendy Howard that evening on January 28th?
Yes.
On the evening of 28th, was Dan in town or not in town, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I believe he was in town.
In the early morning hours of January 29th, did something happen that caught your attention?
Yes.
What was that?
A phone call.
Who was that phone call from?
Kendy.
When you answered the phone, what did you hear?
One of like a very distraught, panicked Kendy. It was like an open line. She wasn't talking to me, but it was an open line.
What did you hear on that open line?
She was very distraught, emotional. She was saying, "What are you doing?" I'm trying to go to the bathroom, and I could hear Dan on the call, and she was saying, "Let me close the door, let me close the door." And he was like, "Who are you talking to?" And she said, "Nobody, I'm not talking to anybody. Why do you have your phone?" Then you can hear a couple of thuds where, it was like she was trying to close the door, and he wouldn't allow her to close the door. And she's like, "Let me close the door, let me close the door."
Approximately how long was this open line?
Approximately 15 seconds or so.
Was what you heard in that 15 seconds, did that cause an emotional response in you?
Absolutely, I can tell the fear and panic in her voice.
What did you do?
I immediately hung up. Once I kind of figured out what was going on, I called her parents with the telephone and told them that you need to call Kendy immediately because there's something going on.
Approximately what time of the morning was this?
Between 4 and 5 a.m., something like that.
Why didn't you call Kendy back?
I didn't want for him to see, for Mr. Howard to see me, calling her and agitate him more or, like make it worse for Kendy, because I knew she was in trouble.
After you called Kendy's parents, did you at some point later reconnect with Kendy?
Yes.
Approximately how much later did you reconnect with Kendy?
It was later that morning. She had called me again, texted and called me again.
Do you recall approximately how long it was between those calls?
A couple of hours.
The time that you reconnected with Kendy, did you call her or did she call you?
She called me.
And when you connected with her, what was her emotional state at that point in time?
Very shocked, very emotional shock.
Can you describe that?
Just on the verge of saying this, there just she was very, very emotional, sobbing. Kind of, just I was trying to calm her down a little bit, just sobbing very heavily, very emotional. She just went through something traumatic. It sounded like, and she was just very, very emotional and sobbing.
In your however many years of knowing Kendy, had you ever heard Dan's voice before?
Yes.
When you first heard that short call, did you know that to be Dan's voice on the call?
Yes.
In that second call, did Kendy Howard tell you what happened?
She did.
What did Kendy tell you happened?
She said that she was sleeping and something just startled her, and she woke up. And when she woke up, Mr. Howard was standing over her, and he was, wearing all dark clothing, gloves, and had a look about him that she said basically when he was looking at me, he was looking right through me. And she told me that she felt that Mr. Howard was going to kill her.
During that second call, how long did you talk?
It was well over an hour.
What was her emotional state throughout that call?
She was very emotional, sobbing, just very, very emotional, very sobbing.
Did she ever express fear to you?
She did. She was very fearful.
Did she tell you what happened in that period of time between when she first called you and when she next called you?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So, in the first call, you testified that you heard Kendy get to the bathroom.
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened after that?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that her parents had called. Her parents had called back and that Mr. Howard had walked down the stairs, and then the police were notified that she had looked, walking out of the bathroom and looked down at the top of the stairs there, and she had saw a magazine. A semi-automatic pistol.
She used those words?
She said it looked like a clip, like a clip thing with the bullets. Bullets where you put in a gun, is what she said.
During the course of that longer call, can you tell you where she was headed?
To Canada.
Is that where you were?
Yes.
Who else was down there?
Her parents.
Do you know where she went when she got to Canada?
To her parents.
Did you also go there?
I did.
When you got there, who was there?
When I got there, Kendy was.
Who's going to approach down the court?
You may.
see that?
Somewhat, yes.
Sir, if you need to, this is called the well, if you need to step into the well to look at that, feel free.
Can you see all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna show you back here. So, up here at the top, there are 2 notations of duration. You see that?
Yes.
Did those notations match your recollection of phone calls with Kendy?
Yes.
You can sit down. So when you got to Kootenai, you had these calls. What was Kendy's emotional state by the time she was at her parents' house?
Objection, calls for calculation.
As long as he's testifying to what he saw, his personal knowledge and demeanor, all allow that.
Go ahead.
Very emotional, still very emotional, sobbing, scared.
Did you observe an interaction between Kendy and her father?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Kendy was telling us what had happened, when her father, what happened, and her father went and grabbed a small automatic pistol, semi-automatic pistol, and took the magazine out of it and threw it on the floor. And asked Kendy, is that what you saw? Is that what it looked like? And she said yes.
Were you able to observe an emotional response in Kendy to the gun?
I'm sorry, Miss Salazar.
Were you able to observe an emotional response in Kendy to seeing that gun that her father had?
Absolutely.
What was that emotional response?
She was scared. She was scared and didn't want anything to do with it.
Did Kendy touch that gun?
No.
Handled it?
Absolutely not.
Did Kendy stay in Kootenai?
She did.
How long did she stay in Kootenai?
Just for the, I believe it was, I remember right, it was just that day.
And then where did she go?
She went home.
Did you and Kendy at that time discuss her going back home?
We did.
What did she say?
I told her not to. I told her not to go. And she felt she had to. She had, if I remember correctly, she had an eye appointment. She had BDAC. She had work. She had animals to take care of. And, you know, she felt, she said to me, even she said, that she's not scared to go back. But he knows now. He knows now. He almost got caught. He got caught. He's not, her words were, he's not dumb enough to try that or anything like that again because he was caught.
After Kendy went back, did you continue to correspond?
We did.
Did you continue to correspond at the same frequency that you previously described?
We did.
What kinds of things were you talking about?
With her emotional state, make sure she was okay. You know, we continued on with plans. Plans to, what she was looking forward to.
Did Kendy indicate to you in those communications that she was moving forward in the divorce process?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you she was moving forward in the home purchase process?
Yes.
What kinds of things did she tell you that indicated those things to you?
Well, she said she was still looking forward to getting everything done, and she would send me photos of things that she wanted to do with the house. She was very much into wanting to do like a remodel of the home, and that continued. She was sending me things like that, so she was continuing to send me and talking to me about those types of things, what to do with the house and the remodel.
How about the divorce?
And moving forward with the divorce and splitting, doing this, finalizing the paperwork and moving forward with that as well.
Commissioner Perch.
You bet.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 35B, 35C, and 35D. Do you recognize these?
Yes, this is our text between Kendy and I.
Is that on that same Facebook Messenger platform you previously described?
It is.
And those appear to be accurate portions of conversations.
Yes, they do.
Going to admit 35B, C, and D.
Any objections? Is there anything?
Permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
after she had gone back to Apple, she shared with you her feelings about Dan's demeanor.
Yes.
What she said.
She said that he was more accepting of everything, displeasure.
How did that make her feel?
A lot more secure,
How did that make you feel?
worried.
Why?
It didn't seem right to me, didn't feel right to me that he was all of a sudden going to be okay with everything, and then a little bit worse after that happened. It just seemed like a red.
Speculation.
Hang on a second.
Speculation, Your Honor.
I agree. Sustained.
Ruby's right.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you communicate your worry to Kendy?
I did.
Did you see Kendy again?
No.
Did you communicate with Kendy on the day of her death, February 2nd?
Yes.
During that day, did you talk to Kendy on the phone?
Yes.
What was her emotional state on that day?
She was excited. She was happy. Things were moving forward and continuing with the house, and she was excited.
Commissioner, approach the witness. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 38E and 38A. You recognize these.
Yes.
What do you recognize these to be?
Messages between Kenny and I.
Are those the same Facebook Messenger that you previously described?
They are.
Those appear to be accurate portions of conversations between yourself and Kenny?
They do.
Would those be from February 2nd?
Yes.
Would it be 38A?
No objection.
Was there a bit of objection?
Commissioner College.
Okay.
Do you recall what time of day the last time was that you talked to Kenny on the phone?
It was a little after 7 p.m. Thank you.
She had that same demeanor that you previously described?
She did.
Was that the last time that you talked to her?
It was.
Did you have a couple of corresponding call or texts after that, or were those all before?
Those were before I had, I think I had sent her one that was not answered.
Was it unusual for Kenny to not correspond with you that evening?
It wasn't.
And I apologize, I'm going to have to take you all the way back to July.
Okay.
You previously testified that you corresponded with Kenny on the 11th. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
You corresponded with her every day?
Yes.
You talked to her on the 12th too?
Yes.
Commissioner Approach.
Okay.
You legislation?
It does.
Move to admit 38I.
Any objection? 38 ayes admitted.
Move to publish.
Okay.
Keep this. Dan. In that conversation, you discuss picture. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you ever receive a picture from Kendy?
Yes, I saw pictures.
Was that later?
A little bit later.
No further questions at this time, but I would just move to publish this.
You may. Okay. Before we turn to cross-examination, actually, I'll let you guys finish putting those in bodies and I'll talk. So, here you go. Not necessarily. Were you publishing it at this time?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so as it's being published, if you can read it, but here's the trick is, I don't want you reading while somebody else is testifying, so I'll just give you time to read it. So has everybody read it yet or not? Okay. And we'll just hold tight. How many pages did you just give them?
I mean, total? Total? 20, yeah.
Okay. Tell you what, thank you for bringing that to my attention. As we move forward, when it's published, I will pause and give you time to read it. And that kind of ties into what I was going to say next, is we're going to break now for lunch rather than start crossing breaking in 5 minutes. So we'll break now, but the exhibits as they're published to you are for you to read and look at and have the notebooks. However, I've spoken with council. The agreement is for you not to take the notebooks back with you, but rather keep them here. And the reason for that is because right now it's just kind of for convenience, to help you organize and help the attorney be able to publish things to you. And so I do want you to consider them now, but then we move on. And I don't want you to go back and look over those until it's time for deliberations. At deliberations, then you have all the exhibits, you have all the time you need to go over them, but we don't want to overemphasize certain exhibits over others. So that's why I'll just have you leave your notebooks in here and not be going back and perusing them while we're doing the trial. Does that make sense? Okay. But I do want you to have time to read everything that's been presented so far. So, in terms of, have you been reading them as they've been coming in? Okay. Why don't we just take a few minutes before I excuse everybody? I don't want this to be awkward as we just here, but let's just take a couple minutes, let you finish reading them. Maybe when you finish reading them, just raise your hand, let me know, and then we'll break. Okay? I'll let you retake your seat.
And I'm going to collect those exhibits, you tender them all, not correct?
Oh, Mr. Prado, sorry. We're going to start back up at 1:30, so I'll need you back on, ready to take the stand at 1:30.
Yes, sir.
Should we need more time? Do you need more time? Everyone had a chance? Okay. All right, thank you. Then I'll excuse you at this time. I wanted to say a couple things. Of course, as I always tell you, don't discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. I have to tell you this just on behalf of the attorneys. They haven't mentioned to you, but a lot of times attorneys will ask me to tell the jury, you know, we're in a small courtroom, everyone's going out to lunch, we're in a small area, and you might, you know, cross paths, and the attorneys won't talk to you. They'll look the other way. And I don't want you to think anybody's being rude. Same with witnesses, defendant, anything like that. They're under strict instructions from me not to talk to you, not to interact with you. So don't take any offense if people treat you like you treat you that way. The point is obviously to not talk or interact with you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30. Thank you. All right, adjourned. You can be seated. Just counsel briefly. Just in terms of logistics of using the exhibits and the notebooks, I guess my thought is when you publish an exhibit and you want the jury to review it right then, obviously I need to give them the time to do that. I don't want them reading stuff while the witnesses continue to talk. On the other hand, if you have a lengthy exhibit that you're planning to refer to and you want it in a notebook, but you don't want them to read 35 pages right now, that's fine as well. Just maybe tell me. So say, Judge, I'm going to I'd like to put this in the jurors' exhibits. We're not going to publish it at this time or ask them to read it all, but we'll refer to it, you know, further on in the trial. Or, Judge, this is something I want to take the time to have them read. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, thank you.
Sure. All right. Anything else to address before we break for lunch?
I think so.
Okay, thank you. We'll see everybody back at 1:30. Good afternoon, Mr. Prado. I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bond.
Good afternoon.
So, you started your friendship with, or your relationship with Kendy in April of 2020.
About there, yes, sir.
Prior to that, you and Ms. Howard would get together from time to time, correct?
That's correct.
At that time, how frequently would you get together?
Every few weeks.
And this is prior to April of 2020?
No.
You stated that at the start of the relationship, she was not thinking about divorce, is that right?
I didn't say that.
Said the idea of divorce was not discussed?
I'm not sure what she was thinking. We didn't discuss it until a little later.
Okay. So, the idea of divorce was not discussed when you first rekindled the relationship, correct?
That's correct.
So was it more of a friends with benefits kind of deal?
No.
And you knew that she was in a 27 or so year relationship with Ms. Howard?
I did.
You said that over the course of your relationship, you developed a strong love for her, correct?
Yes, over the time I knew her.
And you stated that you were going to contribute to the earnest money as well in the house?
That's correct.
Was it your understanding that you were going to be moving in at some point with Ms. Howard?
Possibly down the road.
Were you living in the house at the time?
Yes.
Was it a loft or a house or what kind of house?
No, little log home.
Now, you said that she was happy and excited when the council asked you her emotional state on February 2nd of 2021. Is that what you said?
Yes.
That she had plans for the future
Yes.
and you attended her funeral.
I did.
I noticed you're wearing a ring on your finger. How long after her passing did you get married?
Objection, relevance?
Goes to credibility. Huh?
It's the same.
Here we approach on.
Yes.
Now, you said she was excited and happy on the day of the 2nd. All right? About a future?
Yes, last time I spoke with her, she was excited and happy.
She didn't express any frustration with her brother?
Yes, she did.
Did she tell you whether or not her brother had blocked her on social media?
She did, but I believe it was a mutual thing.
So, the day of her passing, if you understand me, she was having an argument with her family.
I don't know if I'd say it's an argument.
Enough to block on social media?
I can't speak for Kendy.
Now, you stated earlier that there was a couple phone calls on that day, right? On the 2nd?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to mistake. A couple phone calls on January 29th.
Yes.
There were also some phone calls on the 2nd. I want to ask you about the 29th. You had a short phone call and then a longer phone call. Is that right?
Yes.
And on that phone call, the first phone call, you hung up and called your parents?
I did.
Then you called her back?
No.
She called you back?
She called me back.
How what was that count in time?
To my recollection, it was a couple hours.
What were you doing in the meantime?
Wondering what was going on. Worried.
You're worried. Why'd you call 911?
Because I'm sure her parents did.
How many people were you aware of that knew you were in a relationship with Ms. Howard?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Well, if he knows, you can answer if you know.
Can you repeat the question?
How many people were you aware of that knew about your relationship with Ms. Howard?
I think anybody really, anybody knew for sure. People may have assumed.
Can you discuss that on the 2nd about now evidently people know, is that right?
I don't recall.
You said that I just want to be clear. The statements you said that she told you that you overheard who you're talking to, right?
Yes.
You said that you heard her, what you assumed to be shut the door?
Well, shut the door.
And you heard her describe wearing black clothing?
Not a phone call.
So, in the phone call, well, let me back up. Were you aware if Mr. Howard, if Miss Howard had shared her affair with Mr. Howard?
I'm not sure.
Now, you guys did talk about that though, right?
About what?
Did her? As far as when to tell him?
Candy and I? Just told it up to her.
When did you first bring up the idea of her divorcing him and moving out of Canada?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you first bring up the idea of divorcing Mr. Howard and moving out of Canada?
No, it was not my idea.
Now, she expressed doubts on that weekend, she expressed doubts to you about leaving Mr. Howard, right?
Concerns.
In fact, you've been, we've covered exhibit, we have to see exhibit, Sean.
You may.
Mr. Prado, I've handed you what's marked and admitted as states exhibit 38, A through Y. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Now, let's just kind of walk through that. If you look at exhibit 58C, do you have that?
Yes.
So, in looking at this exhibit, you see how the top page has January 30th at 9:34,
Yes.
and the next line down is 33.
Yes.
So this is written in reverse chronological order, right?
Prove yourself.
So if you flip to a couple pages on January 30th. Well, before I ask this, you and Ms. Howard talked about her employment, right?
That's correct.
The plan was for her to get a job at the hospital down in Canada, right?
Clinic.
And when she put the house, or when she put the earnest money on the house, she's still currently working at KMC, correct?
The earnest money was, there was no earnest money put down the house at that point.
She did not, she was not able to get a job at the county, right?
That's not correct, to my knowledge.
Okay. So, I think it's the third page. You're talking about, her needing to stay in her job until closing for the loan verification, right? It's on the third page of the exhibit C, first message, January 30th. She was talking about she needs to wait to put notice in her job until she closed, right?
Yes, that's what it says.
Now, did you influence her at all in the divorce process?
We spoke about it.
So, you were trying to talk to her about getting the guns, right?
Not that I recall.
You've seen her gun, right?
No.
So if we go, and you say she didn't like guns, right?
That's correct.
She didn't want them?
Correct.
Okay. So if we go to the second page of that exhibit, bottom line, she states, I get my gun. Had to trade my chickens for a safe gun. Did you receive that message?
I did.
And then you replied, LOL. And then you state, what are you going to use me for leverage for quick claim to you, if not guns? All right?
Yes.
And so your testimony, she didn't like guns, but she was excited about getting her gun and trying to use leverage to get a quick claim deed, correct?
That's not correct.
You talked to her about her needing to get a quick claim deed in the divorce process for the house in Canada, correct?
That'll be one aspect.
Did you ever have law enforcement test for your DNA?
No.
Did law enforcement ever ask you if you handled her gun?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware? I'll start that. So during that time, she's also talking about being amicable in splitting up the assets, correct?
Yeah, she was speaking about splitting the assets.
Okay. So, in Exhibit D, 30, just for the record, 38D,
Say B or D, sir?
D, this is document. If we flip to the second page, we have a picture of like a face sheet for a legal document.
Yes.
Is that something she messaged you?
Yes, it is.
Flipping 2 more pages. Is that images of something that she messaged you?
Appears to me, yes.
And again, on the next 2 pages, there are various items listed, correct?
Correct.
And this is the weekend of January 30th and 31st, correct?
Appears to be yes.
Now, before those, on the very last page of the exhibit, she expresses some concern about staying, correct?
About what was that, sir?
Well, do you see the message on the last page that has January 31st at about 4:58?
Let's see the 458. Yes, I do. Okay, I do.
Okay, that's a message from Kendy. And it states, I guess I look at it as if I don't have you, I'll stay. Because good enough is good enough. Don't take that the wrong way. I'm just talking, right? You receive that message?
I did.
And she's referring about being with Dan is, if good enough is good enough, right? She's referring to Dan in that message, right?
She's referring to staying.
With Dan, right?
To staying.
So if we move back up, next, if we go in order, the next page is the pictures, you got 3 pictures of the inventory, you got personal information, and then you state, first page, on the first page, I want you to be happy and confident with your decision and what lies ahead. Are you? That's what you asked, correct?
That's correct.
They don't mean that there aren't going to be a lot of emotions and sad days. I'm talking the big picture with people, right?
Yes.
And she states, just emotional. The day is old.
I'm going to object to counsel's characterization of that statement. Judge, if he's going to be reading into the record, he needs to do it appropriately.
I glanced up at the wrong time.
The way he read it,
Yeah,
it's accurate. If you want to reread it, that's fine.
She states, just emotional day is all, right?
Correct.
I'd walk down memory lane together. Guess if I stay busy helps. Is that what she said?
Yes.
You aware if she expressed hesitations and concerns to, are you aware that she expressed hesitations and concerns to anyone else?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you guys discuss keeping the relationship with Mr. Howard secret?
Yes.
So you stated that you would see each other most often when Dan was working in the oil fields for 3 weeks on.
That's correct.
At your place and hers?
Not hers.
And when Dan was home, she would find time either when she's in the car or other places to talk to you.
That's correct.
Or if he was in the shop or doing other things.
Objection as to where the defendant was as to circulation.
No, he would know if she was talking to you.
What's that?
He would know if where she was at if they're talking, driving a car or going somewhere.
I think you're asking where Dan was when they were on. To that extent, it's speculation. So it's just
Would Kendy try to hang up quickly if all of a sudden someone walked in the room?
no. Let me
That day, on the 29th, did she disconnect the line?
on which call?
On 129, 15-second call, did she disconnect the line?
I believe I did.
And you disconnected the line. Were you scared that Dan had found out that you were talking to her?
No.
You disconnected the line after 15 seconds. You called her parents.
I did.
At this point, did her parents know you guys were dating?
I do not believe so.
And so you called her parents instead of 911. Was that in an effort to look like a hero?
Objection or connective.
Oh. No.
But you didn't call back for 2 hours.
I did not call her. She called me. Yes.
You didn't call 911.
I did not call her parents. Knowing that her parents were more likely to call 911. I was more concerned for what I was hearing on that phone call to call her parents so they can call her and possibly get her on the line where you know that they're on the call.
And in that 15 seconds, your statement is that you heard, what is your statement? Just be clear, what are you saying happened in that 15 seconds? What did you hear?
I heard Kendy, emotional, scared, panicked, being in the bathroom, when I can get on the phone, trying to close the door, let me close the door, and then I can, like I said, I can hear Mr. Howard, who you talking to, why are you on the phone? I'm not talking to anybody, I'm on the phone. It was just very, you can tell she was very, there was a lot going on.
Okay.
She was very distraught.
But she's talking to you.
She wasn't talking to me, she was talking to an open line. She wanted me to hear what was happening.
You sure you weren't on the phone and Dan questioned her about it?
No, we weren't talking on the phone. She called.
Let's move to Exhibit B. Now, again, this is so as you can see in these exhibits, the timestamps are kind of blended together, right?
What did we blend it together?
Well, for instance, Exhibit A is conversations around the 2nd of February, right?
You said 38B? Is it worth
But
it?
first, let's take a look at A real quick.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning.
What's your objection?
The numerical or alphabetical order of the state number of the exhibits is not something that Mr. Prado is part of. It's irrelevant to the substance of the exhibits, and that's the variant.
Is that what you were asking?
No, just providing context for why different dates.
Okay. Yeah, if you can make clear what you're asking, the witness can follow what you're asking and find it. So I'll go with the objection if you can be clear.
We talked first about Exhibit C, right?
We didn't talk about Exhibit C.
Exhibit C involved conversation on 1:30, right?
Correct.
We talked about Exhibit D, right?
That's correct.
That involves conversation on February 2nd, right?
It shows January 31st. You're saying on D, 38D?
B or D?
So you said D?
So turning to D. This is on the 31st. You're talking about more of the divorce paperwork, right?
So just to be really clear, what exhibit are you referring to right now?
Boy. B is in boy.
B is in boy. Okay.
Let me set the stage. So you had conversations during that weekend about the process of filling out paperwork, correct? And just from your memory, you had conversations that weekend with Ms. Howard about her and Dan filling out divorce paperwork, right?
That's correct.
And you're understanding that it was going amicably, they were putting things down, and you received pictures of those, right?
I did receive pictures, yes.
Now, if we flip to the back page, working from the back, second page from the back, very bottom, Kendy sends you a message, and this is in the morning, just woke back up, I don't know if you dreamed something, but woke up scared, she's going, but then changes it to doing the next text, right?
Let me ask again which one you're referring to. You wanted me to go to D.
B is in boy.
D is in boy. Okay, D is in boy. I'm on that.
Second to the last page,
Okay.
very bottom. Did you see it?
My bottom page went B. It's not going along, I apologize. It's talking about a tractor.
One more page, third page from the back, at home. You see the line says just woke?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so she states, just woke back up. I don't know if dreamed something, but woke up scared. She said going, but then changes it to doing. Is that what she said?
Yes.
And you're expressing that there's a lot of emotions, right?
Correct.
She tells you that she's scared about all the change, right?
Yes.
Now, she was concerned about where she was going to work, right?
Yes, probably. Possibly.
Possibly?
Possibly. I mean, there was options for her.
Okay.
But it made changes. Okay, changes change.
So on the next page, on the bottom, she messages you, says, I need to know if I still need my job at closing to give bank. I've gone verify, Tana said I will, and I need to keep job till then. Did you express that?
She did.
Now, going back to the guns, you said you found guns?
Yes.
And it's your testimony, you never touched her gun?
Not that I can recall, no.
Have a moment.
Yeah.
Referring again to B, the first page. This is on the 31st. Around the middle page, around noon, she states, I'm rushing into this fast, or is this normal? She says that to you, right?
She does.
And she states that he's all good with this, what they've been discussing, right?
Yes.
She states, or you state, that it's normal, this is how it's done, trust me, I know how well.
Yes.
Thank you. Were you up?
Briefly, Judge. Can you look at D as in dog?
Okay.
Those pictures that counsel was asking you about. Whose handwriting? Let me phrase it like this. Is that Kendy's handwriting on those documents?
No.
So the first page that kind of looks like a legal document, is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
Next page that has 2 columns, is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
The next page that is evaluating their various assets, is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
That next page that lists some other assets, is that Kendy's handwriting?
No.
And these were sent to you during the conversation where Kendy had told you that she and Dan were splitting up the assets, correct?
Correct.
January 29th, when you got that open line from Kendy, did you hear a crime being committed?
Sounded like it, yes.
Did you have enough information at that point to call law enforcement?
No.
In the months and weeks before Kendy's death, did you and Kendy together spend time with Janie and Wendell?
Yes.
Were there times that you and Kendy and Janie and Wendell would go to dinner together?
Yes.
Were you actively trying to keep the secret of your and Kendy's relationship from Janie and Wendell?
Yes.
Were, if you know, Janie and Wendell suspicious that the two of you were in a relationship?
I think he may have been suspicious.
Counsel asked you if Kendy was worried about going back and fighting things up with Dan and you. said she had concerns. Can you elaborate on those concerns?
Well, she was concerned how he's going to react, concerned for her safety.
Did you care about Kendy even before you started a romantic relationship with her?
Absolutely.
For many years?
A lot of years.
Further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Howard. You may step down. Hand those exhibits to the clerk before we go. Next witness?
Michelle Lambert.
Just for counsel and jury's understanding, I suspect this is going to be a longer witness, but I'll probably still take a break, maybe for 15 or 20 minutes, just as an afternoon break for people because you guys have had some breaks. But, ma'am, are you Ms. Lambert?
Yes, I am.
Can you come forward, please? You face my clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, ma'am. I see the witness stand. You may depart.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, would you state your full name and spell both your first and last names?
Michelle, M-I-C-H-E-L-L-E. Lambert, L-A-M-P-E-R-T.
Are you married?
Yes,
What's the name of your husband?
Dean Lambert.
Did you and your husband at one time live in Athol,
Spirit Lake.
Spirit Lake?
Yeah.
And about how long ago was that and what time frame?
We lived there for 20 years. We just moved in December.
Okay. During those 20 years, at some point, did you become acquainted with Kendy and Dan Howard?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Our kids went to school. Well, they didn't. They played baseball together.
And so can you give the names and ages of your kids and the names and ages of Kendy and Dan's kids that were friends?
My kids are David Lambert, and he was probably what age now? You want his age now?
Now, back when they first got to know the Howards, your kids.
I don't even know if David really. It was really Joshua, the youngest boy of the 4 boys, because they played baseball with Wyatt.
Okay, Joshua was about how old when you got to know him?
I want to say they were in 5th grade.
Okay. And then through the years, did you and your husband get to know Kendy and Dan?
We knew of them because they played baseball, they played football together, high school football. Our 2 boys went into the Marines together as a buddy system. We all went, we were in San Diego together on their graduation. We didn't travel together, but we were all there together. I got probably a lot closer to Kendy as our kids were growing up and out of the house.
Okay. Before that happened, did you and your husband sometimes attend social events with the Howards?
Yes,
Did that include school events?
we were all at the same Friday night high school football or baseball or whatever. Yes,
Did you and your husband then attend barbecues at the Howard's house?
towards the later years, yes.
Okay.
Not when they were younger.
Okay. Did you get to know Dan Howard?
Yes,
Based on these many contacts with him, being around him as your kids grew up?
I knew of him. He was a state trooper.
I know that, but based on knowing him personally, did you get to become acquainted with him
Yes,
and his habits
yes,
and his likes and dislikes?
yes.
What was Mr. Howard's attitude towards money?
It was all his.
Did you get to know Kendy better as time progressed?
Yes, that's when we got really close.
When did you get really close?
I'd say 18, 19.
So 2018, 2019?
Yeah, somewhere around there is when we really got close.
Okay, by close, what do you mean by that?
We talked every day. We both worked the horrible early mornings, 4 a.m. shifts or 4:30 up, and so we always talked, message. We do stuff with each other. We always talked every day.
So by talking, you mean Facebook Messenger
Yes,
and not so much telephone?
once in a great while, but mostly it was messenger.
What do you do, by the way? What's your profession?
My profession was medical biller. I'm retired now.
Back then when you knew her, that's what you were doing for work?
Yes,
Did you, because of this close relationship with Kenny, get to know her pretty well?
yes.
Can you tell us what her attitude was in terms of guns?
She hated them.
How do you know that?
because I do remember he gave her a gun for Christmas, and she didn't even like guns. She didn't even want it. It's not even what she wanted for Christmas. She wouldn't go out shooting or anything like that. She never carried a gun. There was never a gun in her purse. She didn't like guns.
Okay. What sorts of things would you, well, let me back up a little bit. Did you and Kenny hang out together, just the two of you?
We would go hiking, antiquing. We'd go to different breweries. We shopped. We did all kinds of stuff.
And did this go over the place of a course of a couple of years?
Yes.
All right. And were you able to, during this time period, ascertain Dan's attitude towards you and Kenny hanging out together?
Yes.
What was that?
He didn't like it. He didn't like it.
Why?
Because she's spending money.
I'll sustain, you can lay more foundation if you can.
Thank you, Judge. Did you ever hear Dan complain when you were within earshot about you and Kenny hanging out?
Yes. Yes. There was one day. Yes. Yes.
This one day, where
Yeah.
were you?
It was when we were going to go do Greece.
So about what time frame are we talking?
That was probably in November, I would assume.
Okay, so November of what year?
19 or 20, I'm not sure, I'm sorry.
When you heard this, where were you physically?
I'm sorry?
Where were you located physically when you heard Dan make a negative comment about Kenny's spending?
It was outside,
Outside of where?
by the fire pit.
Okay, the Howard House.
Yes,
Who was present?
my husband, I, Dan, and Kendy.
And what had preceded this negative comment? What had happened beforehand?
We were spending money.
And what did Dan say?
I just told him I spent all of his money. I made sure we spent his money. I probably egged him on a little bit.
In spending all this time with Kenny, did you get to have a handle on her emotions and whether or not she was a depressed person?
She was not depressed.
What was she?
She was fun. We had
You can go ahead and restate your answer, please.
a lot of fun. We laughed. We had a great time. She was never depressed. She was always had a smile on her face. Always wanted to go do something. Never was boring. Never wanted. Just always was fun.
In getting to know her, did you pick up on how she looked at her body?
Yeah, I mean we're females.
Can you tell us about that?
I mean she battled, weight, and she wanted to lose weight, or her body image, sometimes she didn't feel was great, but she was beautiful. But
Was she self-conscious about her weight?
yes,
Was she self-conscious about how she looked?
yes,
Did she try at times to remedy that? Or at
Yes.
least, did you ever hear Dan express any negative comments about Kendy's weight?
only through her.
You talked about communicating her daily in terms of Facebook Messenger. Was that happening back on or around July of 2020?
Yes,
And during that time period, did she communicate to you after July 10th of 2020, both in terms of text and photographs of herself?
yes.
Yeah, Coach Lee.
Okay.
And let me show you what's been marked as 37A is a number of pages taken together. 37B is one page. Take a look at 37A and tell me if you recognize what that is.
Yes,
What is it?
it's a bruise.
Is it a number of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Are they photographs of Candy's body?
Yes, sir.
And did she send those to you
Yes, sir.
on what date?
On that date.
Do you remember the date?
It was like 7:10, 7:11.
We're looking at this document. Refresh your memory as to the date.
Yes, sir.
What was the date?
The date on here is 7/11.
July 11th, 2020.
Yes, sir.
take a look at B. What do you recognize as B?
I'm sorry. That was on 7/12.
What is 37B that was sent to you on 7/12?
It was about the bruises and trying to cover them up.
Was it sent by you, Kendy?
Yes,
On July 12th, 2020?
yes, sir.
37A, accurate
Yes,
depiction of the pictures that she sent you on July 11th?
yes,
And this 37B, an accurate set
yes,
text that she sent you about this bruises the next day.
yes.
Would it be 37A, 37B?
Any objection?
No.
Was it good?
Would it publish the same?
You may. Members of the jury, long as you had a chance to do that, you can continue, Mr. Redden.
Thank you, Judge. Around this time period that we're talking about, or maybe a little bit afterwards, did you and your husband go camping with the Howards as well as Wyatt and his girlfriend?
Yes,
Where did this take place?
in Rorschach.
And about what time frame in terms of July 2020 did it happen?
I think it was towards the end of July, like the 20th, it was like a Wednesday to a Monday, Thursday to a Monday, if I remember right.
Sounds like you're not quite sure.
It was in July, it was like, I want to say the 20th.
These exhibits that we've been looking at, did these happen before we met with her and her husband and her son?
Yes.
At your shop?
Yes, this happened before.
Okay, so you got in front of you 37C. You recognize 37C.
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
Kendy with bruises.
Okay. Is this sort of the same thing as what we saw in 27A and B just a couple days later on July 13th, 2020?
Yes,
And is this exhibit accompanied by both text as well as bruises?
yes,
Is 37C an accurate summary of the text and photos Kendy sent to you on July 13th, 2020, before you met with her camping at the workshop?
yes,
Move to admit 37C.
Objection.
37C is agreed.
Move to post the same.
May? Looks like members of the jury have had a chance to review that exhibit as well. Mr. Herron, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just need a humanitarian break. I know we've given you some breaks, but we've been dealing with stuff here in courtroom, so we'll just take a short recess and be back. I'll remind you not to discuss this case with yourselves or with anyone else. Thank you. Counsel, I just need to use the restroom. I don't know. Do you want 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Do you guys need a break?
I'm good.
10 minutes.
I'll say 10.
Ma'am, we've been discussing some texts and looking at photographs mid-July or so of 2020. I want to show you some photographs that have already been admitted in this trial, starting with exhibit number 30. You recognize those two?
I can't
This
see.
is like-
Wait,
you're-
Go ahead, Judge. Looks like you're about ready to take care of the issue.
I should say, man, you're welcome to step, we used to call the well here. You're welcome to step into there, they'll help you see the photos better. Sure.
You recognize that photograph?
Yes,
Who are they?
that is Dan and Kendy Howard.
In mid-July of 2020.
Yes, sir.
And when you saw her during that camping trip to Warsaw, could you still see bruising on her body?
Yes,
Where?
right here. It was very minute.
I'm going to show you a couple more while you're standing there, okay? The next one's 31. Same time frame,
Yes,
same bruising.
yes,
And then the last one would be 32. Same time frame,
yes,
same place.
yes.
Thank you. You can take your seat again. Let me show you a couple more tests. After 2020, July 2020, did you continue to text with Kendy?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you what's been marked as 37B to 37E. Take a look at those two, tell me if you recognize them.
Yes,
We're starting off with 37D. What do you recognize that to be?
that was Kendy talking about money.
Okay, talking about future plans?
Yep,
And this on January 1st of 2021.
yes, sir.
And then the second one, 37E, can you identify that for us?
Yes,
What's that?
that's the same thing, wanting to,
Okay. And essentially the same.
Home with the county.
With the back
Yeah.
Are these accurate texts between you and her on this case?
yes, sir, they are.
Thank you. Look at 37D, 37E.
Let's get into that.
Move to publish the same.
Okay, publish. Looks like the jury's actually reviewed it. You can continue.
Thank you, Judge. And you've got 37F in front of you. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that series of pictures?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are they?
They are pictures of Kendy's house that she put an offer on and was accepted.
Okay, so what's the date of this text?
The text has started at 1:22.
And are they texts from Kendy?
Yes, sir.
Are they texts from Kendy essentially talking about her future plans?
Yes, sir.
And does that include the new house, or what was to be the new house in Canada?
Yes.
And her feelings about that?
How excited she was to have it.
Does that series of texts also include her fishing?
Yes.
And are they all of that current time frame?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate?
Yes.
You can look for the same text.
Objection. 37F is admitted.
Publish the same?
You may. chance to do that? If you just a little bit more. Anyone have any? Or you can continue, Mr. Ricker.
Thank you, ma'am, you have in front of you, it's been marked as 37G, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize 37G to be?
Candy talking to me.
On January 23rd of 2021,
Yes.
about her future plans.
Yes.
Is that an accurate text, Candy talking to you about her future plans?
Yes.
Move to get 37G.
Any objection?
No, no.
37G is it?
Make the publish 37G.
You may publish 37G. Did you guys have a chance to do that? Continue.
The last one you have in front of you is been marked as 37G, do you recognize that?
It's marked 37H.
Do you recognize 37H?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
Her and I talking again, and she bought a hot tub.
And this was what, on January 24th, 2021?
Yeah. 25th.
Is this in addition to the text that you sent you earlier?
Yes.
Besides the hot tub, is there other things she's talking about in terms of the future life?
Just the house.
Buying things for your house?
Yes. Yes.
Is that an accurate text between you and her and that sort of thing?
Yes.
Can you admit 37H?
No objection.
37H is admitted.
And publish 37H.
Permission to publish granted.
Ms. Lambert, towards the end of January 2021, based on your interaction with Kendy, what was her state of mind? Was she depressed or not?
No, she was happy.
What was she happy about?
She was happy because she got the house, she was pursuing something that she loved, she was going back home, yes, she might have been scared, to divorce, but she was happy. She was happy to start her life over, and she was excited to get out of Kootenai. She was looking at a brighter side.
Was she happy also to leave Dan?
Definitely.
Overall,
Yes.
Let me take you to the morning of January 29th, 2021, okay? I know you've told us that you work mornings, but on that particular morning, when you were at work, did you get a call from Kendy?
Yes.
In this call from Kendy, can you describe her demeanor during the call?
Irrational?
Was Kendy upset?
Yes.
Was Kendy crying during the call?
Yes.
Was Kendy crying during the entirety of the call? It's foundational.
and the question doesn't suggest the answer, she could certainly say no, so I'll overrule the leading objection.
Yes, she was very hysterical.
During the whole call?
Yeah, and for her to call me, not text me, something was wrong.
Did she describe something to you during this call that had recently happened to her?
Yes.
About what time do you think it was in the morning when you got the call when you were at work?
It was early because we were early birds. It had to have been anywhere between 6 and 8 because not everybody was in my work yet. I had a few people, but not a full crew.
AM.
Yes.
And during the course of this call that you had with her when she was emotional, when she was crying, when she was hysterical, did she tell you what had just happened to her earlier
Yes.
that morning?
Yes.
What did she say happened?
That Dan tried to choke her
Did she say where this happened?
in the bedroom.
Did she say what she was doing when it occurred?
She was sleeping
Did she indicate to you in the call how she woke up?
with him on top.
With him on top, what do you mean, standing above her?
Yeah, like almost like a pillow, if I remember right. Just on forward, him forward, over the top of her.
Not on her, but above her.
Above her, yes.
Did she indicate to you how he was dressed?
Black,
What about his hands? Were they gloved or not?
gloved.
Did she indicate anything else that caught her attention about her waking up and seeing Dan above her that you can recall?
I want to say there was something in his hand, but I can't positively.
Did she talk about whether or not she saw a magazine on the floor or
Yes,
not?
yes. She did talk about that.
What did she say?
That there was a black thing on the floor is how she put it, if I remember right.
Did she indicate to you whether she was concerned for her safety?
She was scared to death.
Did she indicate to you what she feared had about to happen?
She was afraid he was going to kill her.
No further questions?
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. You talked to Detective Gallatin on the morning of February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
And in that conversation, that was a phone conversation?
I'm not sure if it was a phone conversation. I've had so many conversations.
That first conversation was with Detective Gallatin, right? On that morning?
The morning of,
Yes.
I don't remember, sir.
But you did speak to him fairly early on?
Yes.
And in that interview, or that conversation, you did not mention this phone call from the prior Friday, did you?
I don't know, sir.
A few days later, or maybe a week later on, you talked to Detective Euler as well?
Okay.
Did you? Do you remember that?
I don't remember their names, but I talked to a lot of detectives.
At that time, you did not mention this event in the prior weekend to them, did you?
No, sir, there was a lot of events.
Well, okay. This was 3 days before Kendy's passing, right?
Yes, sir.
But since then, you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement.
I've had conversations, but it's not a daily life.
No, I've had, would you say over, in the past 3 years, over or under 10 conversations with law enforcement?
Maybe, probably. I haven't counted them.
Would it be close to 10 or more or less?
I don't know, sir. I've had conversations. I don't know how many conversations I've had. You also have to realize that she died.
Objection unresponsive. The last one.
Or, strike the last comment, and then just make sure you wait for a question from us.
Now, in the first conversation, obviously your friend has passed and you're very upset. But when you talked to Detective Loudon, didn't you tell him that Kendy had at one point told you in the past year that Dan had told her he could make a murder look like suicide?
Objection here, sir. A couple layers of it.
Yeah. I'll sustain the objection.
We have conversation on that.
We can. All right, members of the jury, excuse me, all rise. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Your Honor, one of the concerning things about this case is Mr. Lampert, who there is no recorded investigation of, no recorded interview with Mr. Lampert from any law enforcement member. All of a sudden, proof shows up at the grand jury and makes a statement that he heard Dan say, I can't murder like suicide. It's been subject to motion. But where this came from is law enforcement's first contact with Ms. Lampert. She makes a statement with a bunch of other statements that aren't admissible, but she makes a statement basically saying, I heard, in past year, Kenny said that he could do that, or he told me he could do that. The next interview, it changes. I heard Dan while around the campfire. Grand jury, it changes. Now she doesn't even testify to it. It's her husband that must have heard it over the campfire. So it goes to one of the key statements that the state has used throughout this whole case. The origins of it. I'm not looking for the truth of the matter asserted, but laying the foundation for this witness. It's the only way I can get in. This witness and where the statement came from.
So you're trying to impeach this witness regarding a statement that hasn't been elicited by the state?
I'm laying the foundation on it. I guess we can, subject to recall and call her after statements, list it all we want.
Okay, let's go back to the state's argument was hearsay. What's your response to that?
I'm not arguing for the truth or not truth. Just whether or not she made a statement. I'm not.
Well, you're asking
if she told law enforcement X. I don't care about the truth of X. I'm asking if she told law enforcement X.
Mr. Verheeren, I'll hear your response.
Well, if it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's not relevant.
I understand your question. It was, didn't you tell law enforcement that Kendy told you that Dan told her that he could make a death by suicide?
Yes.
And you would like to get that in because she told the grand jury.
She didn't tell the grand jury.
Somebody else told the grand jury.
Her husband.
Who's that?
Right. So you're trying to impeach her husband's anticipated testimony right now regarding something she hasn't testified to.
We'll leave the subject to recall.
Okay. I'm sustaining the objection then. It's hearsay and it's not being offered for proper purpose with this witness. So, fine. We'll bring the jury back in. seated. When we can make it quick, I'm trying to make it quick for you. Sometimes it's very successful. We'll continue now. I have sustained the objection. Mr. Casey, you may continue with your question.
You made statements to Detective Robinson on the 3rd of February, correct?
Yes.
And later on, you made statements to other law enforcement entities, such as Detective Weather.
Yes.
Objection has been answered.
It has been, but she already answered again, so you can move on, Mr. Johnson.
Now, you didn't like Dan, did you?
No.
And in some of your interactions with Kendy, you were strategizing with her on how to get the most out of a divorce.
I guess.
And was it clear, was it mutual, was it clear that Dan knew you didn't like him?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Okay.
Counsel's client's state of mind.
Perfect.
All right, it's the same.
Was your impression that you were friendly towards him?
Objection, relevance as to whatever her impression is in this particular case.
It's her state of mind.
Say again.
What? It's her state of mind.
Well,
I'll rephrase.
okay, you can rephrase.
Were you friendly to him?
Yes.
Were your husband, who's named Dean,
Mm-hmm.
were him and Dan friends?
I would not call them friends.
Now, you were not aware of the relationship with Mr. Prado, were you?
Correct.
Yet, she was a good friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
So, if we look at Exhibit F, do you have that in front of you?
Did you hand it to me?
I thought it all was
What number do you want, counsel?
F. Does the clerk have this?
The clerk has the numbers.
Yeah,
What precedes F? What's the number?
39? The 30?
We'll go to 37. You can approach.
And, maybe approach you all.
Sure, Mr. Henry.
So, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
The first page, first line, is that your comment when dipshit coming home?
Sure is.
If we go same exhibit, 1, 2, 3, 4, flip 4 pages over. On your thing, does it start off with cool?
Yes, sir. You see that?
Okay, so further down, 6 lines down, Kendy sends a message to you that I don't want to hurt him, but I don't love. Is that what she sent you?
Correct.
On the last page of that exhibit, Should look like a thumbs up.
The last page in the packet is that.
Now, in your relationship with Dan and Kendy, how often would you guys go camping?
Door check.
How often would you?
Door check.
How many times would you
That's the only time.
go? Okay, just the one time. Now, you were not there to observe what happened to get a bruise, correct?
Correct.
And Kendy had secrets, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Peter?
Council elicited from you the fact that you didn't like Dan. Remember that?
Yes.
Was that in part of the way Dan treated Kenny?
Correct.
What was it about the way that Dan treated Kenny that you didn't like?
Controlling.
Controlling in what fashion?
Money.
Was Dan's personality something else that you didn't like?
Correct.
And what was it about his personality that you didn't like?
Arrogant.
Remember council asking you about your talk with Detective Loudon
Yes, sir.
that occurred in February of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And you remember council asking you whether or not you remember talking about that conversation you had with Kendy on January 29th, 2021?
Correct.
And you not being able to remember
Correct.
whether or not you told Detective Loudon
Correct.
that? Okay. I want to show you something. It's a transcript of your interview with Detective Loudon. And specifically, I'm going to have you look at page 5 of that transcript. See if I can refresh your memory about whether or not you told Detective Loudon about that incident that Kenny told you about. So take a look at page 5. I think it might run off into the next page. Tell me when your memory is refreshed.
Yeah, we see you keep looking up. I think we're waiting for you to tell
I'm
us.
sorry.
Did you get a chance to read that part of that transcript?
The page 5 to 6.
Yeah, in that page 5 to 6 of that transcript where you're talking with Detective Loudon back in February 2021, did you in fact talk to Detective Loudon about that call you had with Kenny on January 29th, 2021?
Yes, it looks like I did.
And did you give him the details here that you described here today to him, at least in part?
Yes.
No further questions?
Your Honor, one recross on that one, please.
I'll allow you one question.
What's the date on top there?
February 11th.
Can you reread her?
Yes, thank you, Judge. What year?
21.
Thank you. That's it.
Maybe you can step down. I'll have you, I'll take the exhibits when I clear, but then the last thing that, Mr. President, actually, I'll have you do it if you would. I'll give you back your transcript and we'll take the exhibits.
I think all the exhibits are really quick,
Oh, okay.
with the exception of...
I thought,
Okay.
okay.
Dean Lambert is next.
Okay. Dean Lambert.
Hey, Judge, may this witness be released from her subpoena?
Mr. Mr. Johnson?
Moving on.
I believe defense may wish to recall her, so she's not released yet. Good afternoon, sir. Are you Dean Lambert?
Yes, sir.
Come forward, please. Thank you. Please stand right there and face my clerk and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you, sir. If you'd have a seat there. May I inquire, Mr. Brigham?
Thank you. Sir, can you say your whole name and spell your last?
Dean Lampert, Lampert.
Who's your wife?
Michelle Lampert.
Was there a time when you knew Kendy and Dan Howard?
Yes.
When was that? Approximately.
Approximately from 2019 to 21.
Okay. And what was the nature of that relationship?
Our kids went to school together, and our boys entered the Marines together as a buddy system.
As a result of knowing the Howards, did you on occasion socialize with them?
Occasionally.
And did that mean going to barbecues and things like that at Howard's house?
A few times, yes.
Did you have occasions to speak with Dan Howard alone?
Occasionally.
And did this involve after the use of both of you of alcohol?
Yes.
And did it involve you and he being alone? Sometimes.
Sometimes, yes.
And did it involve him bragging?
Yes.
Did he ever make any statements to you that you remember about whether or not he could make a murder look like a suicide?
Yes, he did a few times.
What did he specifically say?
He said I could make a murder look like a suicide.
And what was the context of that kind of statement?
Shocking.
No, I mean, what was going on when he said it?
Bragging. Being arrogant, I guess.
And where would it be? In the middle of the day? Would it be towards the evening?
Evening time.
Would it involve having used, for the both of you having used alcohol at some point?
If I came to his house, he'd already been drinking quite a bit, so he was already intoxicated.
When he made these statements to you about making a murder look like a suicide, had you been drinking?
Yes.
About what time frame do you think he made these statements to you?
As in the evening time?
Nah, I'm talking about years.
It was a few times through the course of the last 4 years that I retained as in the knowing.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Said that you hung out with Dan alone.
Occasionally.
Weren't you under oath at a prior hearing in this matter?
Yes.
Weren't you asked specifically if you and Dan ever hung out one-on-one?
Yes.
And didn't you answer no?
I might have said no, but when we're at a barbecue, him and I might have stepped off the side of the fire pit when nobody else was around. We might have gone on the patio, but we never hung out like as buddies.
Okay, so the answer is you never hung out alone. There were other people around?
Objection argumentative, and it's also compound.
Rephrase.
Sustained. Can you rephrase?
Would you consider him a friend?
No.
No further questions.
Can you rewrite?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
This witness be released from the subpoena so we can watch the proceedings.
Any objections, Mr. Johnson?
Only one.
All right, yes, you may be released, please.
Thank you. Deputy Tross, next.
Good afternoon, sir. You Deputy Trump?
Yes, sir.
All right, please step forward. Please raise your right hand in case the clerk be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. If you'd have a seat, please stand there. Do inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Can you say your whole name and spell your last?
It's Deputy Jonathan Traw, T-R-A-W,
How are you employed?
with the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed?
Full-time since 2013, and then 7 years before that as a seasonal.
Can you describe for us the nature of your job duties?
I'm a patrol deputy with the Sheriff's Office, and currently I supervise our Marine Division.
I take it you've been post-certified since you've been a patrol deputy.
Yes, sir.
What level? Advanced certificate. And that means what? It's years of service mixed with post hours or college credits. Were you working on January 29th of 2021? I was. And at some point during that shift, did you respond to the Howard residence?
I did.
What time?
It was approximately 5 in the morning.
Okay. What was the nature of the call?
I came out as a welfare check.
Who else responded?
Deputy brought me.
Just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
Were you driving different vehicles?
We were.
Did you arrive at the same or different times?
We rode to the residence at the same time. I got to the area slightly before him.
Did you wait for him before you approached the house?
I did.
Describe what you saw as you walked to the house.
When we approached the house, we could see that there was lights on inside. The house was dark, but there were a couple lights on inside. And as we got closer, we could look into the window and see people inside.
Now, I know I asked you about what time you called. I think you said 5 a.m.?
Approximately.
How long did it take for you to get there? So what time did you get there?
It took about maybe 15 minutes to get there.
So you arrived about 5:15 a.m.?
I believe so.
When you saw figures in the house, where were you in relationship to like the front door?
Looking at the front door, we were just to the right of it, and that's where a window was.
Describe what happened next.
We looked in the window and we could see where at least 2 occupants were. Then I knocked on the door to get their attention and have somebody come to the door.
Did someone answer?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was Kendy Howard.
Did you and Deputy Broughton go inside?
We did.
At the request of whom?
I believe I asked to go inside.
Did somebody grant that?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Kendy.
Tell us what took place next.
When I asked to come inside, and she allowed us to come in, and she immediately told me she wanted to leave. And I tried to talk to her about why we were there, and she was adamant that she wanted to leave.
Did you and Deputy Broughton split up, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
How did that work?
Deputy Broughton remained in the living room with Mr. Howard, and I went upstairs with Kendy.
Can you describe her demeanor for us?
When we first saw her at the house, she looked very anxious and very scared or worried. And then when she opened the door, she still had that, but then she looked relieved, but still anxious. But there was a sense of relief that came over her, it seemed like.
Were you with her then for a period of time upstairs?
Yes, sir.
And the same is true then for Deputy Broughton downstairs with Mr. Howard?
Yes, sir.
Were you wearing a body camera?
I was.
What's a body camera?
It's a body camera is a camera that records video and audio, and we wear it somewhere on our body so it can see what's in front of us. It doesn't necessarily see what we see, but it sees what's in front of us.
Did you have that on during your contact with Kendy Howard?
I did.
Did it record your contact with Kendy?
It did.
I've got 2 exhibits for you. First one is marked as 6A, it's a CD. Take a look at that, tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
You recognize that to me?
This CD or DVD contains my body camera footage.
Have you watched that?
I have. I have.
Is that an accurate contact with Kendy Howard on the 29th, 2021 at the Howard residence?
It is.
Take a look at 6B for me. Would you recognize that?
This appears to be the transcript of the video. It depicts who said what and how it was responded. And yeah.
Have you read that and watched the something at the same time?
I have.
6B and accurate transcript.
It is.
6B, 6A.
Any objection? No. 6B and 6A are good.
Robert's name?
You may publish. Lights. It's okay. Let me check. Have you handed out the transcripts already to the jury? You said you were going to publish that?
No, not yet.
I'm not telling you you need to. It's whenever you want to do it. I just want to make sure they can see okay with it. Can you all see okay? With the light, so you can take these off so it's easier to watch the body cam. I'll kind of see what you can. you all have a preference? Okay.
Sheriff's office. He's on the couch. Sheriff's office. Hi, are you Kennedy? Hi, Kennedy. I'm Deputy Traw. I got a call from, I believe, a friend of yours. You mind if we come in and talk to you? It's a quiet dog. It's not that very honest. You must be Mr. Howard. Daniel? You go by Mr. Howard or Daniel? Or Dan, I guess. Alright. You mind if we talk to you guys really quick? Alright.
Can I get a, go?
Yeah. Do you mind if I follow you? It's just a safety thing. I just don't know where you're going is all. In Kennedy, correct? So your friend and or mom's kind of concerned about you. I'm not sure who called us. It's all that. What's going on today? What time did you get home? Oh, well, that's not jazz. It's been a while, right? So it's almost 6 a.m. now, so 12 hours. When did you guys start having to talk about the divorce? Okay. So, you guys have been talking the whole time? Okay. What did you mean by you can't tell me what he was going to do? Okay. Well, we're here to help, but we need to make sure. Well, we absolutely can. Keep it here, man. That's not my intention at all. I just want to make sure we're on the same page and kind of figure out what happened, because your friends are a lot more worried about you than just, oh, it's the same old thing. It always happens, right? So can you tell me? Did it ever become physical? Okay. When you woke up, where was he? Okay. You were up here or a different room? Did that look like this, or? I just think there's stuff here.
Oh,
so.
okay.
About what time did you wake up? Okay. And he was standing over you on that side over there? Did he have anything in his hand, or did he say anything? I know, but that's why I'm here. I'm here to hear both sides of the story and figure it out. Okay. I get that, but when your safety is the question, it's not causing problems, it's protecting yourself, right? What do you want with that? Do you have a bag or a suitcase up here, or do you want to grab one? Is anybody else here in the house? Are you decent over there? No, okay. All right. I'll let you change. You're good. like this happened before? Anything like tonight? Are there any firearms in the house? You're looking for a firearm, though? Have you ever seen a gun in the house? So? Yeah. Okay. Do you think he has one on him right now? Did he know we were on right now? Did you talk or did he just, okay. He seems pretty calm over there right now. What was their point? And I think that those are kind of where he wasn't. Was he yelling? Was he arguing like that? Well, this was always kind of just that calm. What do you think he's going to do? I know that, but I'd like to know what you think he's going to do, because it helps me out too, right? To see which direction I need to go. You know, I help him out too. You think he's going to hurt himself? Do you think he's going to kill you? Okay. And why do you think that now? Sorry, what was that? Just more of a feeling? That's okay. Just more of a feeling? Any other reason other than just like that? What? Okay. When you get down to the Orofino area, because I can't remember where you said. Candy? So when you get down to that area, do you think you'd be more willing to call us back and talk to us about what happened? Okay. I get that, but like I said, we're here to help you, and if you can, at least tell me that you're going to leave me safe, and then call us back once you're safe. You and me. Okay? Before you leave, can you wait up here while I go talk to him? I appreciate that. Okay? You want to let me come up here and kind of hang out just like that, okay? Deputy Broughton, do you mind going hang out with Kennedy for a second? Okay. That's all right. What? I thought I said Kennedy. It's Kendy. Kendy. Sorry, all right.
So what's the issue? Because she wasn't really talking to me.
The issue is right now she kind of just wants to leave. Okay, so she's packing a bag. She's kind of told me a little bit about what happened tonight, aimed at her waking up. Did you talk to Deputy Broughton about what happened? Apparently you got picked up at the airport today?
Yes, she did.
What time was that?
6:30.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask where you work? I didn't ask her. So. Oh, nice. Is it the long days or the long nights right now in Alaska?
It's long nights.
Long nights, okay. I've never been there, so. What do you do in Alaska? Nice. Okay. How often are you gone to coming back?
3 weeks. 2 weeks off.
3 months. Oh, wow. So what happened after she picked you up? Anything of note?
We stopped Grady's, middle drinks, talked a lot of hard. We heard the problems and it's fine, we went back and went together. And night on, nice therapist, and I was thinking that was good.
Sure.
Just sitting, watching.
Where was she at?
Laying in bed.
I
was sitting there.
This side or that side? Window side? And then you were sitting on your side of the bed or walking around the room? Or?
Well, there's times I was everywhere.
Okay.
Keeping fire going.
She mentioned she saw you standing over her when she woke up. You were just standing right beside her. Did that ever happen? When
I was sitting.
sitting? Okay. Closer than usual, further than usual? Because something happened for us to get called, right? And a normal argument doesn't typically. Okay. She said Do you have any firearms in the house?
No, oh, yeah, I do.
Right. If you,
Oh, no, they're all the same.
is it garage or shop?
Shop.
Shop, okay.
I know them out there, I went to over the same.
Gotcha. Have you been out tonight at all, outside since?
I was working the shop.
Any magazines in the house? She mentions she called it a clip, but she mentions she saw a magazine laying on the floor or something like that earlier tonight.
I don't know what's how I'm sick. I'd have to get home, I'll usually take you out to one truck. One here, one. She's a one in the hospital.
You haven't had time to put one back in the house since you've been back?
Sometimes there's a shop.
Fine.
And it's lost. Thank you.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm that's what.
Fair enough, you can have as many as you want, I don't mind. I mean, I've got the same, but
What's the issue next?
she said she saw, with the demeanor she saw from you tonight, she was a little alarmed, and she saw the magazine and made her even more alarmed, so. I don't know. Have you ever had that thought before? You understand in our profession it's not a comedy to have those feelings and those thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Whether we've been to a lot of those calls or not, it's still very common for that to happen in our profession. Okay.
Much different than this.
Well,
Just concerned. But of course I know I can't talk to her now.
how many kids do you guys have? Do they live local or are they?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay, so, yeah, local. As far as, yeah, okay. Not Alaska, and, so somewhere else, so at least in the county it's pretty local, so.
She's, you said she's sweet.
She's not doing a lot of talking, sir.
Yeah, I got that too.
Uh,
She just said she got sweet.
She didn't say that you did.
She said it to me. Did she
No,
say
not directly.
she saw the magazine?
So she saw me. She
She
saw
got
it.
sweet.
That coupled with the demeanor tonight is that enough? That's in, at least.
Not easy.
No, your demeanor matched the magazine that she saw on the floor. She'd rather leave for the night, so that's what Deputy Barton's helping facilitate in the bag and whatnot. Do you have the vehicle? Is it the one in the garage, or is that her? Okay, I just want to make sure she's taking one, you're not concerned, that is what it's at, so. How long have you guys been married?
6 years, maybe once.
Okay. With her saying that there's a magazine and now there's not, you're telling me that you don't have one on you and you don't have a firearm on you, but if you don't mind, can I catch up?
Yeah,
If you wouldn't mind turning your hands behind your back? No, I'm nervous, just gonna catch you, I'll see you quick. I appreciate it. English, no collar. Let's see. All right, well then,
all I want to do is be comfortable.
I thank you, sir. I get it. So on your side, when you guys were discussing or did an argument, the possibly pending divorce or pending relationship issues or anything.
It's,
Did she ever raise her voice? No yell or anything?
he's only in his twenties.
Okay.
It's, I mean, it's probably inevitable, so we both are just trying to understand.
Sure.
She,
She's not getting a lot of comments. It's the vagueness of what she's telling me is either she thinks she's going to hurt herself or her. I don't know. She's She's not talking to me, that's what she said. That's what I'm reading. She's not. She was just such a little bit. Okay, all of a sudden, she got up. About what time? Something already. It was all there. And she went over and talking. And she was like, on the phone with her dad. And we thought, well, she got home and got some phone calls from mom, so she called her dad. He's been in the hospital, he's okay. And she went to step and I was like, oh no, because he's had health problems like that. He was a daughter. And so she didn't want me to know when she's talking. I said, okay, so we went upstairs. We went to her. So we come back. She just starts to move weird. She asked me if everything's okay. She asked me to stay away. So we did. Heard something back from the sheriff and football cops. She must. I mean, nobody's there. Be afraid. Sure, I get that. Did anything become physical in regards to her touching you in a way that you don't want to be touched? Okay. And then, not the other way around, you grabbing her, touching her, or anything? Okay. Okay, well. Sure, I mean, touching in a way that's not normal, it's not a, yeah. Well, this is. Then I think we'll probably want to finish up then. And, get her to leave if that's what she wants to do, and then if you want to stay, you can stay, but we're going to head out and see if you need anything else from us. What's the dog's name? She's, oh, just wanted to make sure she was still inside or something. Obviously she's allowed to be outside, she's outside when we got here, so. I was going to say, she wasn't very good at her job. I didn't hear peep out of her until I turned around and she's standing behind me. Yeah. Oh, she wasn't intimidated. No, I got you there. Can you sit your bag as well? Okay. All right. She's going to self-help treasure. Perfect. You're going out that way, we'll go out this way. Okay, if you guys have any questions, please give us a call, okay?
Did you see any signs of intoxication in terms of?
I did not.
Had you seen any signs of intoxication or being under the influence of anything? Would you have let her drive?
Not at all.
And did she drive away from the house?
She did. Yes, sir.
No further questions?
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Jones. Go ahead.
Deputy, in this matter, this was your only involvement in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you explain what's going on with the body cam?
Towards the end?
Well, as far as, well, we'll start there, yes. Towards the end.
The sound?
Yes.
So we have domestic violence pamphlets that we keep in our pockets, and obviously I keep mine behind my camera, and that might not be the best place for it, but so I was trying to get those pamphlets, and that's what you heard me struggling with getting those out.
And then on the camera, you just had smudge on it?
There may have been some John.
Okay. But you can tell what kind of pants does he have on?
One more time.
What kind of color pants does he have on?
I think they're dark in color.
Like a gray, greenish?
I don't recall exactly.
Could you tell him on the camera? But did you watch them just now?
Not just now, I'm at an angle.
And he had a hoodie on?
I don't recall, I believe so, but I don't recall exactly what he was wearing.
Now, what was your understanding of why you were going to the call?
It was a welfare check that somebody was calling in, involving Kendy.
Rephrase. Now, you and there's another deputy with you,
Yes, sir.
Broughton,
Yes, sir.
and you guys expressed together after this encounter some comments about this case.
I don't recall exactly what was said after.
Yeah, well, do you recall having a conversation with Deputy Broughton, you and him, about whether Ms. Howard was making more of something?
I know we talked on our way back to the car, but that was some time ago. I don't exactly know what was said.
Do you remember whether or not you said that you felt like you can either
Objection,
share?
lack of foundation and hearsay.
Sustained.
Was that the end of your body cam recording?
I don't believe so. I believe things have been redacted.
Do you have the exhibit, plaintiff's exhibit 6B in front of you?
I don't.
Can you push it over?
No.
And Deputy Broughton, you've already established that you're familiar with this document, right?
Yes, I am.
And so, reading page 45.
There's no object, there's no 25, because it's exactly, it's 25 to 6.
Sustained.
You've seen, you don't recall your conversation with Deputy Broughton?
Objection asked and answered, also not relevant.
Mr. Johnson?
It is relevant. Just
Well, any conversation he has with Deputy Broughton, if I understand what you're asking to bring out, would be hearsay, nor would it be admissible in terms of its comment on credibility. So this whole line of questioning is not appropriate under those two rationales.
Did you ever get called back from Ms. Howard?
No, sir.
Do you know if she went back to her house next day?
I don't know, sir.
Do you know if she was mad or anything like that?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Donna, can you observe her?
Well, to the extent he's described her demeanor, you can ask him. So I'll overrule that.
Do you know whether or not she was mad?
She didn't appear mad to me.
And that was a black and white Victoria's Secret bag that she was packing?
I don't know if it was a Victoria's Secret bag. It was a dark colored black and white bag.
And she took that with her when she left?
I believe so. We didn't follow her out to her car, but she packed the bag.
Dan did not have a magazine on him?
No, sir.
He didn't have a weapon on him?
Not that I located.
He didn't have gloves on him?
No, sir.
Don't remember your push?
You may.